I will.
Ms. Jones.
I will. Madam Mayor, it is 6:03 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of January 17th, 2023. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll?
Yes,
Thank
Mayor
you.
Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga, Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here. Thank you very much. We will have the invocation moment of silence led by Commissioner McVoy, Vice Mayor McVoy, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Ronaldo Diaz.
As we take a moment at the start of our meeting, I'd just like to ask us all to think about history, review our history from time to time, and try to think about what our goals are as leaders in the community when we see things happening that are not as good as we might like them to be. That need to speak out, find ways to communicate certain things aren't okay. I think in the spirit of Martin Luther King Day, we had a lot of celebrations for that this weekend. We made a famous statement of injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. There are many other quotes of a good deal of mischief can come about by good people remaining silent. So let's think about that as our duties as leaders. And carry on from there.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz?
I pledge allegiance to the United States.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
Yes, there are, Madam Mayor. We have quite a few. First, presentation B, presentation regarding the history of the Osborne community was added as presentation B, and previous presentations B and C are now C and D. Consent agenda C, the proclamation declaring January 16th as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day was added to consent. Unfinished business was added. There's one item, an update of 6th Avenue South Substation property exchange. And then finally, new business E, the last item on the agenda, resolution 01-2023, establishing an official signatory for bank-related functions. Those were all added to the agenda.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as?
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh.
For those of us who are still old school paper, was there supposed to be an update paper wise for unfinished business?
The
Or is it
updated
just
6 Avenue
presentation?
South.
No, it's just a presentation. There's no backup.
Okay, thank you. Motion to
Oh.
approve as agenda, as amended.
Do you have a second?
And Madam Mayor, I just had a question. Why the substation one was added as a late addition?
Don't know.
Do you have any clarification?
Mr. Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor, I was informed that Mr. Liberty is seeking consensus to add it to the utility meeting. So there needed to be a discussion about adding it to the utility meeting before the utility meeting. The agenda for that goes out tomorrow.
Okay, so this is
Right.
just, this is just for us to talk about whether we should put this on the, hi, Mr. Liberty, how you doing? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes. it's an
Casual
update.
conversation. Okay.
Yes, it's just an update.
Second. Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. First up, we have a presentation by the tree board of our own Ginny Powell, who's the vice chair of the tree board. Welcome up.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. 10 minutes. I was told,
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I was told that the updates from the boards would be 5 minutes if you want to change that.
And I apologize.
that's okay.
Okay.
I'm going to read my notes anyway. This was approved by the chair, Donna Kerner, who couldn't be here tonight, and Dave McGrew, our tree board advisor also reviewed it. So I want to kind of stick to what I have,
I
but
appreciate
I can certainly clarify things at the end. As far as our accomplishments go, I'm focusing on two main areas tonight. The landscape improvement projects are began in about 2020. A concerned citizen and a former tree board member began working with city staff and with the tree board to try to improve landscaping practices citywide, and in particular at the beach and casino complex and Snook Islands. There have been ongoing issues with landscape maintenance performed by the city's landscape contractor, Marquez Landscaping, and with oversight of their work by city staff. In general, plants and trees have been pruned too frequently and too severely into many unnatural geometric shapes. Think formal French gardens, boxes, lollipops, and that kind of thing. These outdated pruning practices damage plant integrity and cause stunting and eventual death. Tree board efforts to end these mistakes and improve landscaping citywide include, number one, we worked with Public Works Department and a private consultant to develop a general landscape evaluation on the landscape at the beach and casino complex. And that evaluation report was completed in October 2021. We work with Public Works and a private consultant to develop updated landscape specifications, and that was completed just this past November 2022. The objective is to properly prune city trees, palms, shrubs, and ground covers to provide a visually pleasing, naturalistic, safe, and environmentally sound tree canopy and understory that provides the maximum amount of shade and other benefits. The goal is to attach these updated specifications to the next landscape contractor agreement. The current contract will expire in August 2024, provided it is renewed in August 2023. There's an option for another year on that.
And that's just the people at the beach.
No, they
Oh.
do all this, or most of the city landscaping. A contractor does most
Same
of the city. Yes, we do some of our own.
Okay.
It's a little confusing on who does what, but for the most part, Marquez Landscaping does the city landscaping under the supervisor, under the grounds
Right.
maintenance supervisor.
Thank you.
We conducted follow-up inspections to determine compliance with the new landscape specifications. It's worth saying that technically those landscape specifications do not have any teeth right now. We can't make them a part of the current contract.
Mhm.
But my understanding is that those would be provided to the landscaper and to be implemented to the extent possible. And these are the things that we've been talking about for 2 years, more than 2 years. So we, let's see, where was I? We conducted follow-up inspections to determine compliance with the new landscape specs. We have faced difficulties in correcting landscape practices, and our efforts to improve them are ongoing. Public Works and the Tree Board met on January 9th, just this Monday of this week, last week, to discuss some recent mistakes and how to resolve them. We're also working with Public Works and Dave McGrew, our city horticulturist and tree board advisor, on a plan to eradicate invasive plants from the city's beach dune project before the start of the next hurricane season. So that covers the things as far as improving the landscape. The other main topic is education and public outreach efforts. We believe that Lake Worth Beach residents need to be more aware of some very basic landscaping practices that, if ignored, may result in poor pruning practices that harm trees and may result in serious code violations and penalties. That's primarily hat racking, if you're familiar, topping and hat racking. I think you're a pretty green commission. You seem to kind of understand a lot of the issues. The tree board believes that more education is critical for helping residents understand the benefits of healthy shade trees, specifically native trees, how to plant and care for those trees, and the benefits and importance of planting native trees, plants, and ground cover in their yards. The following educational efforts are underway. We are working on updating an out-of-print brochure called Let's Plant Trees. Once finalized, the brochure will be posted on the city webpage and links provided within the city's monthly newsletter, we hope, the one that comes with the utility bills. A limited number of copies will be printed for distribution at neighborhood association meetings and other events. Another thing that we're working on is updating the city's landscaping and tree webpage, which is housed on the city's website. And that will have links to the city's landscape ordinance and other informational materials. Dave McGrew is developing frequently asked questions that will also be put on the website. Another
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes. I don't know if you want to cut it at 5 or you want me to do another 5.
Is it okay group, if we let?
it's 1 more minute, probably.
You can take another minute.
Okay, thank you. We just started making presentations to the neighborhood associations. The request came through the Palm Beach County Cooperative Extension Service to do some sort of presentation, and they forwarded it to me because I'm a master gardener and I know this material fairly well. So it was a joint presentation. This was on January the 9th. This was a joint presentation by the Cooperative Extension, the Tree Board, and the Sustainability Department. Dave McGrew also gave a little overview of the ordinance and answered some questions. We do have another request on February the 20th at the Parrot Cove Neighborhood Association. 2 potential future projects, a native shade tree giveaway to residents through some sort of a drawing, and a native plant demonstration garden in the 500 block of South Palm Way.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? We don't really do that, but
Oh, okay. All right. Because that's fine.
we really don't.
That's just a,
Okay, good. I'm not in the hot seat then.
I know that when we were discussing different uses with the American Rescue Plan Act money, that the commission had agreed that we did want to set some aside to be able to increase our shade canopy. So I know we're looking forward to hearing ideas on how to have a more targeted approach to that. Possibly neighborhood by neighborhood and looking at where we can get the biggest, bang for our buck. So I'm hoping that maybe the tree board, if they have time, can help provide guidance.
Okay.
Chris?
Yeah, great that you're active on things. I know that the issues with maintenance at the beach and some of the other areas around town that have a lot of native plantings has been challenging for a long time. I certainly hope that even if the contract doesn't have any formal way that, hey, we're paying them, let's make sure that they're doing what's appropriate for native plantings. And so thank you for work on that. Stay on it would be my encouragement. The education and outreach, I think, is wonderful. I hear a lot from people, hey, I don't know very much about native plants, but I'd love to plant some things. I have no idea. How can I get some help? I remember, and I've mentioned occasionally, visiting another city in Florida that in their town hall had just little 3-fold 8.5 by 11, informally printed on somebody's printer kind of thing. Very useful. Hey, if you're thinking about planting this, which is not native or invasive or just not very desirable, here's an alternative. And had a number of those brochures. So I'd love to see some of that, and that would ease you.
Yep, we're working on that with the Let's Plant Trees
Yeah.
brochure.
And we used to do a native tree giveaway at the festival, and that was very, very well received.
Yes, we've discussed that, some sort of a giveaway, and we thought it may be a little bit different way to handle that, and to buy larger trees and do, like, if residents want to enter a contest, and we'll pick 10 city residents to receive a little bit larger tree. And Dave McGrew has generously offered his crew to plant those trees.
Okay.
So it would be a turnkey operation. I can tell you a lot of those trees that are given away, it's hard to say you know,
Where they ended up.
probably, maybe if we're lucky, 50% of them were planted. I have one or two that I planted, but you
I've
know,
got one that's 3 times as tall as I was.
yes,
Came home on a
So-
bicycle, so,
great.
yeah.
That's good to hear.
Awesome.
But I think, we think this would be a better quality tree. It would be planted
And
correctly by our city staff. And there would be a little, people would have to really want them.
Sarah?
The only thing I'll say is that I'm not a horticulturist. I'm not somebody who is as educated as you are, and I thank you for your time and your volunteerism. So when you're thinking about this brochure, use layman terms that the regular person understands and not the scientific names of the trees and the bushes. I think that'll help a lot. Because like some of the things that we do, we talk about linear feet instead of breaking it down to simple terms that our residents can understand. So because this is, you know, something that we're trying to educate our residents in, if we can just be mindful on some of those terms, I think it would be helpful, and even some pictures. This is hat racking, this isn't hat racking.
Yes, that's in there.
Speed.
Just on the Latin names versus the common names. A lot of times the common names, there can be, a similar plant or two very different plants could have a similar common name. So we will have both, though. We're not going to just throw out the Latin words. I just wanted to make one other comment that the landscaping we're focused on is really citywide too. It's not just the beach, but the beach is sort of where we started, and it is all native. And I'm not sure what that cost, but it was a lot. And we really don't want to see it destroyed. We've already lost some plants, and we just want to get it back on track, hopefully.
And I'm talking with Mr. Brown about possibly, because I know, natural gardens and butterfly gardens around the city is something that we've discussed. And I would love to find a way to do that. I've been talking to him briefly about, could we plant vines on the chain link fences at ball fields, that kind of thing, just to somehow get little pieces of natural here and there. I asked him about the at the 6th Avenue South, that median, about that as a possibility. And what he informed me was happily that when they redo that, they're going to be adding lots and lots of vegetation. So we've got to wait. It's going to be a couple of years, but
Okay.
because right now it looks like nobody cares when you come into 6th Avenue South, and he said that's going to be different. But I want to follow up with you guys too about where can we put little butterfly gardens.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you for
Or
having.
gentlemen, if there's any gentlemen in the whole room. Now we have a presentation regarding the history of the Osborne community by Ted Brownstein and Steve Lockwood of the Historical Society of Lake Worth. Gentlemen, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. It's really a privilege to be able to share our ongoing research. I want to emphasize that this is a work in progress, and the Society is still doing research in newspapers and public records, as well as, taking oral history from residents. So this is only where we are at this point in time. So before the city of Lake Worth is established, I think most of you have heard of the story of Jewel and Fannie and Samuel James. You can see this 1902 map has Jewel. There has Lake Worth up north, which was really what became Palm Beach. It was renamed, and then Lake Worth took the name over. No Boynton Beach, no Lantana, no Delray here yet at this time. And the people that lived here were people from the southern states, Georgia, the Midwest, as well as free blacks. Some European immigrants and Bahamians came over. So it's interesting that after Reconstruction, the North and Central Florida began suppressing the rights of blacks from 1877 when the federal troops left onward. But South Florida and the Keys retained the spirit of the Civil War and the Union. And it's interesting that this statement was published in the Tropical Sun in 1898, which was pretty late, after the Civil War, stating, "We believe in equal rights to all, special privileges to none." So this was the era when Fannie and Samuel James were here, when we had a mixed racial community and everybody was getting along. This is our legacy. So when the train came in, of course, the population began increasing dramatically, including the black population, came in to build the railroad, to work in the fields, to work in the hotels. And then they had the Afro-mobile. Don't you love that? With, basically bicycling tourists around Palm Beach. So then the town of Lake Worth was a development by the Palm Beach Farms Company. They came in between 1910 and 1912 and bought out the farmers, including Fannie James and the other farmers in the area, and platted out what was to become at that time the town of Lake Worth. They began selling lots in 1912, and then we'll see the town was incorporated a year later. So this is interesting how fast this town came out of the Everglades. By the end of 1912, there were 308 residents already in town with 125 houses. And I love this, 876 fowls. So chickens, geese, ducks, they counted them. They counted them. Yeah. Oyster catchers probably were not considered. Oh, okay. So and now we start to enter into kind of the bad news of our history. There was a legal segregation plan as the town was laid out in 1912 and incorporated in 1913. Most neighboring towns like West Palm and Boynton had segregated housing districts with certain areas of the city where whites could live and certain areas where, quote, coloreds could live. And the same strategy was common throughout the South and was mandated in the original Lake Worth Charter. That is to have residential districts that were for white residents only and residential districts that were for, quote, colored. And this passed constitutional muster under separate but equal, because both were supposed to be treated equally. But sometimes the facts get in the way. Oh, so anyway, one intervening slide. This was the original Lake Worth train station that was up kind of close to where the shuffleboard courts were or where the hatch is now. And you can see when you enlarge the signs above the waiting rooms that there was a colored waiting room and a white waiting room in the train station. And of course, there was segregation on the trains as well, separate cars, separate seating by race in the South. And then when they got north of the Mason-Dixon line, they could mix. So this is actually from the clerk's office, the handwritten copy of the original Lake Worth 1913 charter. And it says in part, to establish and set apart in said town, meaning the town of Lake Worth, separate residential districts for white and Negro residents. I can't read the caption there. What is this?
Chamber of Commerce makes it.
Oh, right. Okay. So the Chamber of Commerce was promoting the sale of lots in the city of Lake Worth, and they were talking about all the amenities that were in the town. And there were a lot, proximity to the beach, a town band, all kinds of parks, and so forth and so on. But one of the amenities at that time was that it was a white settlement. There were no colored people present in town. So that was the spirit of the 1910s and 1920s. Oh, here, no, I see it just popped in. Okay, nevertheless, Lake Worth de facto created no colored residential districts until 1926. So from 1912 until 1926, there were no Black residents, and Lantana had the same policy of being all white settlements. During this period, Lake Worth was marketed nationally as all white. So the Chamber of Commerce here listed this as one of the key advantages of the new town. Quote, no colored people in the town, a strictly white settlement, from the Lake Worth Herald, 1913. But so there was an area between the city limits, which basically ended at 12th Avenue at that time, down to the Lantana city limits, that there was a proposed Osborne colored edition that was platted in 1917. But at that time, the city refused to annex this into the city. So they remained an all-white settlement. And then there's an unincorporated area then between Lake Worth and Lantana that later became the Osborne colored edition. So this was the no man's land between these two all-white areas. That was the unincorporated area where people of color could live. So the original plat centered on Washington Avenue there and ran east to L Street and left to Wingfield. And you know the boundaries have changed. We'll get into that. So these streets don't run through, and there's a reason for that because of the history of how they came into the city. This was designed to be cut off from the rest of the city. So what happened in Lantana in 1921 when they incorporated and became an all-white city is that the Black residents had to move out. One of the legacies of that is Grant Chapel AME Church, which stands for African Methodist Episcopal Church, which is in the Osborne area. There you see a picture of Reverend McIntosh, who spoke last night. This is her church. It was founded in Lantana, was forced out in 1922 by the Ku Klux Klan. And then they moved to the unincorporated area at that time in between Lantana and Lake Worth. So now that in 1926, the city did annex the Osborne Colored Edition into the city, but there was a lot of fear on the part of these whites only people that these Black folks were going to be in the neighborhood. So they did pass additional statutes at that time. And here's a segregation law from 1926, which is simultaneous with the annexation of Osborne. White persons are hereby prohibited from establishing a place of residence within the territorial limits above described in the city, so set apart for the residents of Negroes. And here's the kicker, a $500 fine for each 10 days of living in the prohibited area.
So
So
wait,
this is-
move the colored edition.
Well, I don't think it happened,
It
and
was
there
something
wasn't a
planned.
statute, but this is the only statute we were able to find on that.
1926,
Yeah.
$500 is
It
really.
was,
Huge amount of money.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is all documented history. So in this early segregation period, we could say from 1926 to about 1950, there were separate white and Black neighborhoods in Lake Worth. There was no public school for the Osborne children. There were separate drinking fountains downtown, and we know where they are, where they were. There was a colored balcony at the Lake Theater. Blacks were upstairs in the balcony. There was a separate entrance for them after they bought their tickets to go upstairs. And here's the part that many people don't know. Blacks had to be in their neighborhood after dark or have employers' permission. And we have living people that'll tell you stories about being confronted by gangs on the street and so forth because they were coming home from work late or whatever. And this ran into about 1952 before this was changed. We haven't found supporting statute for this. So apparently the police took it upon themselves with the consent of the population to make sure that this was enforced. And the Ku Klux Klan was especially powerful. We have some very ugly history here in Lake Worth with the Klan. So here's a poster advertising a Klan rally. There were rallies as large as 1,000 people, apparently about where the Northwest ball fields are now, in the open field up there. There were white sheet hooded rallies downtown. I find this a really interesting story. There's a gentleman by the name of Max Greenberg who was Jewish and was not in the Klan, but he went downtown with his son to observe this Klan rally, and they were all hooded and robed in traditional Klan garb. But he said it was a small town and he could recognize everybody by their shoes. So we have his oral testimony at the Historical Society of Palm Beach County talking about this. By the way, Max Greenberg established Pioneer Hardware in 1912 here in town. It became Pioneer Linen and still exists up on Clematis in the 4th generation. So that store has a heritage back to Lake Worth. So
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's 10 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna give a little extra time, I think.
Okay. The Klan ran a school and they bragged about this in the Klan newspaper, the Fiery Cross. We've located the site where the school was at 6th Avenue South and J Street, and they held the property under the name of the All-American Club. So see how that works.
Yeah.
And of course, fear was used to enforce segregation. So then there was an effort to remove the colored population from that Osborne area after annexation. And a motion was, or a group of women, a delegation came to the city commission in 1926 requesting that they be removed. But in their wisdom, the commission tabled the motion and it never moved forward. So with that, we're going to go into the period Whoop, how did that disappear? Oh, okay, we're going to go into the period where the Osborne community is growing, and I'm going to pass the baton on to my colleague, Steve Lockwood.
Let's keep it to a couple more minutes if we can. I don't want to.
Okay, I'll move very fast. As some of old timers may remember when this addition was made, which was for a cemetery, but the other half of it was for a dump. But the bottom line is the Osborne community before the 60s was a distinct neighborhood that was created by segregation, as well as the neighborliness among the residents themselves, is often known as the quarter. Housing conditions were abominable, as acknowledged in a public health survey published in the paper. About half the houses still used privies, and about half the houses didn't have water connection. And the Herald editorialized that they were, of course, shocked to discover such conditions existed in the community at that time. Nevertheless, the Osborne community had a vibrant civic life, really supported and run by themselves, and reminiscences of community elders today can talk about that in a very interesting way, with had their own school, their own community services, and churches, of course, that still exist today, as Ted noted, starting with the St. John's Episcopal Church, a basically Bahamian church in the 20s, of many other vital churches added thereafter. The Historical Society of Lake Worth commissioned a study by Dr. Alicia Wynn, who has interviewed community elders about the history of the Osborne Colored School, the first school publicly supported, established in 1947, lasting until 1971. It's on the National Historic Register. It's a 3-room elementary school built by community members, and of course is well used today by community services. There were with children, for the children. There were a lot of interesting community businesses not recorded in the papers, only in community memory. Make an interesting presentation on its own. But in the era of segregation, basic commercial services were supplied by the community in the community. As we all sadly know, Lake Worth was very slow to integrate. There were the famous Teresa Jakes attempt to immigrate the high school. There were a few sit-ins, at least those that were recorded in the paper. There was at least one significant community protester, a civil rights leader, came from West Palm Beach, named Robert Mitchell, led marches from up Dixie Highway from Osborne to the commission, and managed to provoke some significant response in improving community services. The end of housing segregation was a long story, but didn't result in the changes in the zoning code. And finally, not until 1995 was the word colored taken out of the platting of state and local, both state and local. Since that time, of course, community amenities have continued to grow by a combination of community activity and also public support, the gym, the park that we all know about. And perhaps symbolized most dramatically by the mural of unity. The so-called Wingfield Wall had sort of two lives, one back in the 90s when residents painted scenes of unity and harmony and so on. And then in 2021, provoked by the death of George Floyd, the community decided the wall should be updated. And it now records a lot of important community history and community leaders, and is a very important source. So the bottom line is that today, Osborne still retains a lot of its historic unity and identity. It's, of course, much more ethnically mixed than it was. Many of the Black residents have moved out to adjacent areas, but still come back for community reasons to churches and neighborhood organizations. And certainly Osborne continues to be a critical component in the Lake Worth community, both today and for its history. And of course, today, we're all proud of the fact that people of all races now live and work in our city in all the neighborhoods so that all ethnicities can call Lake Worth Beach their home. So the Historical Society continues to research this area. We hope to be able to come back to you perhaps next year with an updated history of Osborne in greater detail. And Ted is handing out a copy of the research that we commissioned from Dr. Alicia Wynn of West Palm Beach, who based the history of the Osborne School on her oral interviews of several important community elders. So on behalf of Ted and myself, thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I asked, I just want to say a couple of things. I asked Ted and Steve to do, Steve has just returned for the season and is a remarkable researcher as well with Ted. We are indebted to the Historical Society for the kind of work that we do. We are a community that does have a history. And there's a lot of people. Thank you, Ted. There's a lot of people.
To acknowledge for Joan, the treaty, and
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad to see you here, guys. This, we are very fortunate to have such a historical group. And I'm gonna actually you mentioned next year. The Historical Society does such interesting work. I would like to have you guys come more frequently and give us not just about the Osborne, the history of Lake Worth, because then it's on the YouTube. People can look it up. It would be very helpful. I want to thank you for all that you do. Two more things. One, you mentioned that the Osborne colored, the word colored was taken out of the plating. I just have to give myself a plug. When I was city attorney, that was my goal. And I was able to work with the commission's approval to work with the county to get that plat changed. So it no longer says Osborne Colored Edition, it says Osborne Edition. And lastly, you have a program, I think on the 24th, the Gulfstream.
Thursday night,
I'm going to give you a plug for that. Thursday night, what day?
that's
19th.
the 19th.
Okay.
This coming Thursday in the new cultural center called the Gallery, reclaimed for community meetings in the library. Either off of Lucerne Ave.
And what time will that be?
Line invites at 6 and the program begins about 7.
Okay, great. It's a history. They're going to be giving the history of the Gulfstream Hotel, which I know is near and dear to all of our hearts.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Simon. Susan Boyd?
yeah, just one thought, something that caught my eye. In the presentation, there was a mention that many of the folks that had a connection to the Osborne community have moved out, but still have ties. One of the places that's very direct for us as a community is the cemetery. Right. That people may not live here, but feel very much a part of this community. And it should influence our policies of how we deal with resident, non-residents. So.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate, I really appreciate all the work that the Historical Society does. Thank you. Glad to have you here. So moving right along, now we have a community policing update from Captain Todd Baer, and here he is.
Good evening, everybody. I'm by myself tonight. The major's away on vacation and Lieutenant Lavinia had a little minor medical thing, so I'm flying solo. It's okay. I can do it. Thanks for having me back. As you said, this one's on community policing. I'll tell you what we did the last quarter. I'm going to cover community policing from both the community events and outreach side, as well as the problem solving enforcement side. Overdoses are still a regular thing on my presentations. I'm going to update with you on the grant situation. I was asked to speak on trespassing and trespass signs briefly, and then questions. Here's what we did I'm going to skip one, hang on. Nope. Here's what we've done in the last 6 months. The PAL program, as you know, is ongoing and thriving. There's actually a wait list. We are maxed out on not only our daily events, but our like summer and spring break type events as well. So we're getting maximum use and working very well with the city staff on it. Legoland, we've got all 4 elementary schools up and running. In the past, Highland had opted out for testing reasons, but they're now in. So we've completed, we're in the process of completing all 4 elementary schools in the program. It should wrap up next month, culminating in the annual trip to Legoland. We did trunk or treat. The holiday toy drive, as you know, overall, we were able to get toys to almost 500 children this year. The bulk of them at that event. It's a really cool day. I know the mayor spent hours there with the baby goats and skunks and all the other. We had a petting zoo, Santa Claus, food. It's a really nice day.
I've seen that before. If next year, try to make it, they decorate the station. It's really overwhelming when you go in there. It's like Christmas. And the kids are there and it's the one, thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I've got some photos, but it doesn't do it justice. I really do recommend you come out one year and see.
Fieri contributed toward toy drive this year?
Yes, thank you. Yes, this year Guy Fieri, local resident, gave us a significant amount of money that covered the bulk of the presents for that day. We always do the Thanksgiving turkey giveaway. I attended a recovery symposium with Commissioner Stokes. I got a lot out of that and some things I passed on to the troops. Something interesting is we're working with the U.S. Attorney's Office. We and Riviera Beach are under a Project Safe Neighborhoods grant, and there's some enforcement and some other opportunity that comes with that. I've turned him over to Carmel for the community side. Hopefully you've heard from Adam. Not yet. I will make sure that happens. Adam McMichael's the lead U.S. attorney on that, and he used to be a state attorney, a very good guy, a local guy, and he wants to work with us. And then we did the Bark Back event at Bryant Park. Here's some. Yeah, I wasn't at that event. It was something where the dogs and the deputies walk up almost like models up on the stage, and there's a nice nonprofit, but I was out of town that weekend. There's some of the photos of the Christmas toy giveaway. There's the baby goat. There's our hallway decorated with trees. We started a new tradition this year in the district. All those trees come back to a different squad, days A, days B, nights, detectives. And it was a competition to see who would decorate the tree the nicest. And it was a way to make it special for the kids that came. And one of the day shifts won. There's the Bark Back event up in the top left corner. The trunk or treat. We had to take a picture with the little girl that dressed up as a police officer. And then the backpack giveaway, we were able to give all the elementary schools a total of 125 backpacks loaded with supplies. So that was good. The enforcement end, we've conducted regular prostitution operations to keep that under control. We are seeing a market decrease, probably a combination of that, as well as the fact that they're transitioning over to cell phones and stuff. So it's less on the street and more hidden. So it's not all, we can't claim all enforcement on that, but we do see the shift from street level to using cellular phones. The amount of units been in the city multiple times, they try to come at least quarterly, and I've got them dividing by the main 4 sections of the city. We've assisted our human trafficking unit with 3 brothels just in the last couple of months. That is a problem that has popped up mainly in the South End. We've had several successful firearms investigations this year. I like to see us taking the guns off the street. And we assisted the narcotics unit with a lot of narcotics cases, and that's ongoing. Pretty much they're here daily.
I would think all these things are ongoing.
Yeah. This was one of note. This was a tri-county rail safety operation we did. I ended up having to talk on the news down in Miami. That was interesting. There were like 50 news stations there, but I wasn't aware of that until I got there. But I can do it. But this was our results from just 1 week. You see the Brightline, and it's not Brightline's fault. You see the train strikes. In fact, it hasn't been Brightline's fault. It's usually the violator. But in 1 week, we made 53 arrests, all those traffic stops, citations, warnings, a ton of trespass on the track warnings. And we actually caught 2 burglars doing it, and we were able to find a homeless person and take them to a shelter. So it was a really good week, and Broward and Dade saw the same results. So that was a really good enforcement effort that was asked for by Brightline. So we're doing that quite a bit, and I'll touch on it with the grants, but we're aware of the train strike issues. This is just our 6-person street crime unit for the year. That's 6 people that made over 1,000 arrests. Actually, with warrants, it's almost 1,300. Almost 1,200 traffic stops, and field interviewed 762 people. That's a lot of work from 5 guys and a female. That's a lot of work from 6 deputies. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Here's our district initiatives we're working on. Some of them I know you've emailed me on. The Hunter Block of North Federal is very active. We're working on that. South Palm Park was a citizen complaint we're still working on, and the 300 block of North Dixie is ongoing. Traffic, hopefully you're seeing the motors that are out in the city. This isn't just the motors, but that was our 6-month numbers on motors or on traffic in general. Almost 5,000 citations and warnings with a good mix. Citations are very expensive, so we try to a good mix of warnings in there too. DUI, 67 DUIs is a lot in 7 square miles in 6 months. And that's just who we caught. And then crashes, that's crazy numbers, 700 crashes and 200 hit and runs in 7 square miles in 6 months. So when you wonder where we are, there's a great chance we're working a crash.
And that takes a long time. You don't just.
Those take a
pop in.
long time. Those are crazy numbers. And the 6-month numbers from January to June were very similar. So that's a lot of crashes. The overdose numbers, I wouldn't call it good news. They're a shadow of what they were when I got here 7.5 years ago, but that's still almost a fatality a week. Narcan's helped a ton with the overdoses. I think with the prevalence of Narcan, we don't get called as much as we used to either. Those numbers, I think we were at 500 or 600 when I first got here in 2015 with about 120 fatalities. So it's coming down mainly due to the prevalence of Narcan. We all have it now. I mentioned last time we've used it 2 times so far successfully. 99 times out of 10, the medics are getting there the same time as us because we have 2 stations within 7 miles. The grants we're doing, the $1 million grant ended, but we have this $120,000 grant for the railroad safety. So that 1 week thing, that was a lot of deputies, but we're doing smaller versions of that weekly. So that's helpful. That's what that money's for. And then we have an impaired driving grant for the DUIs, and both of those just kicked off. So they'll run through the entire year. Trespass. I was asked by the clerk, I guess something came up about trespassing or loitering. There really is no loitering. It's all trespassing. I know you can buy Home Depot signs that say no loitering, but that's not enforceable for us. It's trespass. If you look at, that's our newest sign. There's been case law going back and forth all the way back to when I was out on the streets every day. We've always had what we call an OAN or an owner applied number on there. I really like that because it's just a number that we can use to trace back to who the owner is and use the trespass. Case law says now you have to have your name on there. So whoever the owner is, it's got to have their name and some other info with it. So we're in the process of switching all our trespass signs over. We're doing it by priority, the city first, and then all the hot spots that we use on a daily basis. And then over time, people can get theirs changed over. We have found in doing this that there are thousands of trespass signs out there. We have the most, us in headquarters, and headquarters is 10 times our size. And there's a lot of them that people wanted a trespass sign for a specific issue years ago, and we haven't had one since. So this is a good time to kind of go through and do the ones that we deal with regularly. If somebody wants one, by all means, they can get them, but they're expensive and they're kind of unsightly to have trespass signs on the buildings and such. So I think some of them can go by the wayside that we might have needed at one point, but we don't need anymore. So it's kind of a good time to readdress it after all these years.
Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention Sergeant Cardenas, Oscar. I worked with him for many, many years. He passed on Christmas of all days after a long battle with cancer. He was one of the founding people of the Christmas thing. So that's what we're going to call it. The Sergeant Oscar Cardenas Holiday Toy Drive going forward.
It's going to be service for him.
We're expecting it this weekend. Things have been a little, the logistics have been complicated, but yes, the last I've heard is this weekend.
Yeah, he's a valued member of our community.
We've all been asking that same question. But yeah, that was a huge loss. He had rotated out of Lake Worth Beach 5 years ago or so, and he was working for Captain Silva at Wellington. But he's done a lot for Lake Worth Beach over the years. And with that, I'll answer a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris?
Good question. Okay. Thank you on all of those things. On the train crashes, is there any, the numbers on that week of activity, and I heard about it through TPA and also through the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. You know, obviously this is a regional issue, but those numbers are great. And is there a thought of redoing that on a periodic basis?
With the grant, we'll be doing that on a weekly basis. We got to figure out the funds and make sure they last for this, you know, the duration of the grant, but it's going to be at least weekly, if not more. And it's great to see those numbers, but it's bad that those numbers exist.
And there's, I mean, the TPA, the trend, Ronaldo can talk about too, that there's definitely a multi-pronged approach, and Brightline is working very closely with the federal folks and with the various planning organizations, and enforcement is a piece, engineering. We've been in touch with Jamie on grant money to try and do some of the engineering that's very costly but helpful. So that's great to see. The impaired driving probably relates somewhat to the crashes, I'm guessing. I'm certainly hearing some from residents of some of the neighborhoods that you get times where somebody will be impaired and just drive up the road and bump into a whole bunch of cars or property. So that's still definitely a concern. And hopefully we can come at it from multiple angles to try to help reduce that. On the trespassing, do you get the sense, you know, I think there may be some concern in the community of, oh my goodness, we're taking down trespassing signs and we can't do loitering signs. Do you get the sense that if you have an overabundance of these trespassing signs, there's a sort of a glaze over effect that it's probably better to thin them out to the ones that are really needed, actively needed?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Trespass is a tough statute. I mean, we could talk for days about it.
That's not.
No, it's a great pretextual stop if you're looking for, you know, catching bad guys doing bad things, but it's also, you know, it's ripe for, you know, some abuse potential too by all sides. So you have to be careful with it. It's not a be all end all. And I agree. I think the hotspots, it's important, but you don't want the city to be wall to wall trespass signs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We want to thank you and the sheriff's office for everything that you do. Glad that you're carrying the Narcan. Can't wait to see the cameras. Can't wait to see the cameras come. I know that you're on the cutting edge of that.
It starts next month. The
Great.
deputies are already scheduled for their 2-day training, and we're the first region, us, Green Acres and headquarters. We'll be wearing them by the end of February.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate, I know you work.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we have a quarterly CRA update by our own Joan, well, CRA's Joan Oliva, kind of our own, kind of.
Somebody will have me, that'll be.
Somebody will have you. Hi, Joan. Yeah.
Joan Oliva, Executive Director, Lake Worth CRA. I'm going to start with some of the more, what I call fun stuff. Oops, what's that?
There you go. And I just want to recognize you have a couple of members of the CRA in the building tonight. I see Daniel over there. I see Ann over there. I don't know if anybody else is, but glad you came.
I'm clicking it, I swear. There we go. Okay. Starting out with marketing, we have a contract with Sun Sentinel. We've been working with them for a couple of years. We do direct mail, social media. We also have some ads in regular publications. We also do some advertisements in Art Hive, Cultural Quarterly, Lake Worth Herald, Pure Honey, and some at the Palm Beach Airport. Small business videos. We just finished our 11th small business video with Awe Flowers. This is on our YouTube channel, along with about 10 other videos of all small local businesses here in the city.
And where would people find those?
They're on our YouTube channel.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Beautification, box wraps and banners. We are in charge of all the banners for 6th, 10th, and for Dixie Highway. And traffic boxes, we're about to do a few more. Some of them have been destroyed over the last few years. Holiday window decoration contest. We did this in December. We had celebrity judge Vanilla Ice come and help us out. We had our top winner was Paws on the Avenue, followed by Eclective Boutique, followed by Victor's Produce over on the west side. And we are actually meeting with all of those businesses tomorrow and Mr. Ice to hand them their checks, which they will get credit towards their Lake Worth utility bill.
Oh, that's great.
Some small business resources. We are starting our small business workshop starting on January 23rd. Our first speaker is from the Florida Rural Legal Services. We also have a number of workshops going in February and March talking about branding, advertising, marketing, and social media presence. These are some of the grand openings we did, and you'll probably want to pay attention to the one on the far right. That's Cana Bar and Restaurant, which is having their grand open ribbon cutting on January 31st at 4 p.m. And it should be on all of your calendars if it's not yet. I'll make
All
sure.
are welcome.
Before meeting, we have a
Just-
meeting that night.
So we can't drink
So
much.
we'll be there at 4 and then we'll come.
We can drink a little,
Mini margarita.
mini margarita.
I apologize. This is kind of really hard to see. Hatch 1121, we are completely full, booked until the summertime. This next month, we have J Star Dance Studio, who is going to be doing several different kinds of workshops and seminars at Hatch. And then also we have the home buyer workshops, which will also take place in February and March. And I'll get into that in a little bit. This was from our last weekend. Thank you for all of you who came. We had our community exhibit, the 6th annual. It was a really great time, really packed place. It was really nice to see everybody coming out. Our winner was Deborah Roberts, and that's a picture of Deborah and Peter Meyerhofer, who did the curating for the event. And we had a really fantastic saxophonist that was there as well.
He's the same guy who does the Green Market saxophone. You should go and just FYI.
Okay, next, grants. We do signage grants, interior improvement grants, tenant improvement grants, and also infrastructure grants. These are some of the ones that we've done over the past 20 months. You're probably familiar with Herff Jones, Palm Beach Auction House. Both of those are along Dixie. We had Florida Windows and some other ones as well. Lilo's, of course, Cana. They actually have a grant for both facade and tenant improvement. So it's nice to see them finally opening. These are projects underway. These have to do with housing. So we're partnering with the Community Land Trust, and they are building 4 for-sale units on both F Street and E Street. We have Habitat for Humanity, who are also building 4 for-sale units on C Street. These will both be obviously affordable. We're also working with a developer called Inhabit, working on the Village Flats. These will be apartments that will be available on both Lake and Lucerne. There's a total of 24 in the Village Flats. There's also the Perch, which is another affordable housing rental community that's going to be built on Lake and Lucerne, and that one contains 18 units. Not every one of them will be affordable, but a good number of them will be. Now, this is a lot of information, and I just put this on here so you can read it later. The main point of this was to tell you that, we have these 4 houses with the CLT, 4 houses with Habitat for Humanity. All these things are only possible because of the partnerships that we have with the city, with the county, and with our nonprofit partners. Just between these 2 partners and their projects that they have, they're bringing in leverage of over $2.5 million into the city to build these homes. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm waiting.
Property acquisition. Wow, it's so different than it was just a few years ago. We have looked and inquired in the past 2 years on 129 properties, everything from mixed use to single family to vacant land. As you can see, we've submitted 47 offers. We've only closed on 27. The majority of them are commercial and multifamily. I do have some good news. Over just the past week, we've probably have some more small multifamily incremental development coming in, which we're very excited about because I think that's probably more in line with what the community would like to see. These are other housing projects that I know you're all familiar with. This includes the Mid, the Bohemian, Deco Green, Alora, the one in the Perch. These are all more, I would say, more middle housing, except of course for Bohemian, which has workforce housing. But just these 6 projects brought 595 units to the city. So middle income, we're doing pretty good.
Where's the perch?
The Perch is at the Circle.
Oh, that's the one at the circle.
I apologize again. I know this is really, really hard to see, but the main point of this was to show how much work we do specifically on the west side, which would be the Tropical Ridge neighborhood and Royal Point Sienna. You can also see our boundary there to see how we're kind of limited on where we can buy properties. This is just properties. It's not units. 107 total properties is what we've bought over here. We've developed 88 of those with our nonprofit partners. We purchased another 15. We have 4 properties that are pending. Of these, we have 188 units. One of the things I've gotten to talk to most of you about is the possibility of us kind of branching out and doing some buy downs, which would be buying down units from market rate to make them affordable. And some of you got to meet with Stephen Beal, and if you haven't, we already have plans. So I have covered everybody. These are just possible buy downs, some opportunities that we have. The first is Lake Worth Station. We've talked very, very early about doing this. I know they already have workforce housing, but we have talked just a little bit about, the potential of doing more affordable there. We have units in the downtown on K and First, where the CRA owns a lot down there. We've been talking to the Community Land Trust about doing some kind of for sale affordable units down there. And on the bottom, we have, this was 821 Dixie, which was over 50 affordable units, 80 to 90 units. They did not make their low-income housing tax credit deadline in December, but they are going to try to do it again in 6 months from now. And like I said, there's 2 other multifamilies that are a little too early in the process to give you, too much specifics or renderings. But one of them is 20 units and one of them is 10 units. The difficulty we're running into is the high prices of everything. Yeah. I talked about this a little bit before. We're really happy to put forward the Lake Worth Beach First Time Homebuyer Club. It started not this past Saturday, this Saturday before that over at Hatch. You can see some of the things that we're, trying to teach people about, savings and banking, the Fair Housing Act, having IDA accounts, all of the participants in the NSP program all those 400 units we have, everybody has to go through some kind of training. It's an 8-hour training. And we brought it back because we're hoping to have more affordable units here. And also we do have the opportunity now with some money to potentially do some individual deposit accounts. And what they do is we'll match you dollar for dollar. This is like, we're doing it with a partner. It's not just the CRA. And that goes towards your down payment on a house.
Joan, how many people are enrolled in that right now? In the first time home buyers, do you know?
I think 30 something.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
It'll be a test.
We'll hear about it.
Totally unable to even read this from where I'm standing. We keep a running total of all the grant money that we brought in, and to date, that is $36,577,862, and that is since 2008. And this is just a quick mention of some other things we're working on. I know most of you are very, very familiar with this. Lake Worth Circle, we're not only working on the Perch, which will be a mix of affordable and market rate units at the Circle. We're also working with FDOT to do bicycle and pedestrian and lighting improvements up at the Circle there. And so it has to happen in conjunction with the development.
For those who don't know what the Circle is, we're talking about the roundabout by 8th Street where the high school is.
Thank you. Also,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, that's 10 minutes.
Okay.
she'll wrap it up
Be
here.
efficient.
Dixie Highway possible redesigns. I'm actually on the Vision Zero committee for the TPA. And I know we've discussed redesigning Dixie Highway. I think we have to come back to it at some point and make some decisions relatively soon. Of course, we have the downtown plan and RFP, and we'll be hearing all about that next week. Madeline's Place, 1213 Lake Avenue, for those of you who are not familiar, is a building that has been there for literally 20 years, boarded up. Just heard today, we're getting our permits soon. It'll be a youth mentoring center, and it'll have Path to College and Excel Youth Mentoring as our tenants. Working on the affordable housing with community project funding. We're waiting for our $750,000 from Representative Frankel and the grant agreement that goes along with that. And then we'll be coming and talking to you all about your ARPA funds of, I believe, 2.5 and what exactly you would like to work on together. And we are also trying to branch out, and now that we have some new board members and new ideas, developing some new grant programs for our next fiscal year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh. Any questions for Joan? No?
Awesome.
All right, well, you've done such a good job. We have no question.
Thank you.
And any folks that came here for any other reason, our feelings are not heard, and you decide it's time to go home. That's just you. Yeah, we won't be, our feelings are not hurt. Okay, now we are up to commission liaison reports and comments. Why don't we start with Commissioner Malega today?
Just due to the heavy agenda and the packed house, I will skip my report today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vice Chairman Boyd.
Thank you. Just like to thank everybody, the MLK committee, for a whole string of events this weekend at the St. Andrew's Church on Friday. Very good performance there. And then the breakfast, and then again the meeting at City Hall on March, and events at the Cultural Plaza. Some very good reminders we have a complicated history. We're not totally out of the woods. We still have more work to do. So that was good. Two of us from the commission were able to go respond to a community request and get the TPA to do a walkthrough for the kids at the Lake Worth Middle School that walk over 10th Avenue. And TPA was Transportation Planning Association agency, did a great job of bringing in all sorts of representatives from all sorts of different agencies that had expertise, that they could see problems and potential solutions. It's pretty frightening. If you ever want to go around school, either when school kids come in or when they come out of school, get an idea of what those kids have to deal with going across 10th Avenue. It's pretty intense. And hopefully, I spoke with Brian today about some of it. Hopefully, he isn't going to promise anything. It won't be instant fixes on anything, but at least a number of agencies had the right people there trying to get some steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let everybody know I had my first taco talk last Thursday at Cafe Tycoon. It was great. I think there were about 6 or 7 people that used to attend Commissioner Robinson's on a regular basis show up, plus maybe 6 to 8 new faces. So it was really great. My next one will be January 26th, again at Cafe Tycoon, which is also happens to be the night of the State of the City address. So I told everybody.
Not a great plan.
I know, but I have 2 Thursdays a month I can meet with the public and can.
So you're not going to be at the state?
No, I told everybody we'll be cutting out 10 minutes early, and then hopefully everyone will follow me over to the casino.
What time does that start? Your
5 to 6. And then so I told everybody ending early so that we can make our way over to the casino. There was a question about what time the event parking is going to open up for the State of the City address. Do we know?
I don't think we have a specific time. But we certainly can start it around 6 o'clock.
Or do they?
what time does the
30.
Oh, so it's
the thing opens at 6:30? The speech is at 7?
The event starts at 6:30.
I
Right.
have 6 written down. Okay, good. So I have plenty of time then. We'll make it over there. Great. So we'll probably open the event parking half an hour before.
Right.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's all I want to talk about. I do want to thank Ted Brownstein for, he's not here anymore, that presentation, but I also want to be aware that I know for me having to listen to a lot of the details that I have not heard before is hard to digest. And I know that we need to continue to share these information. We need to talk about things that are painful, but I know that hearing that, especially if you're someone who's been affected by that, it has to be painful to listen to. And it was a little challenging to just listen to that and then like on to regular business. So I'm glad that we're having these conversations. I look forward to the 28 days of anti-racism, where hopefully we'll be able to dive more deeply into some of these conversations. And that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
I'm gonna keep mine super short because we have such a big agenda tonight, but second on Ted Brownstein, I know he left. His book is part of the curriculum of the nonprofit I run, because it's our local history is so important, even environmentally, and how it's affected us largely. And Commissioner Stokes, she nailed it. Like there's a lot about Lake Worth history that is in the name itself very uncomfortable. And it's something that I always try to push on people. It's not something like, we're not pointing a finger. It's not a negative thing, but we need to remind ourselves that this happened and we need to learn from it and not pretend like it doesn't exist.
Just history.
And before I got Ted's book, many years ago, I was in that same place. I was like, oh my God, my own little hometown. So I feel that. And then touching on the TPA, the walk audit, it went great. And the biggest learning curve for me being up here is the speed and efficacy of working with government agencies. And I always knew how it is, but I think we did get a pretty good response. We had members from DOT, from the school district. There was a number of people there from the county, planners, all, and talking to every single one of them. The walk audit surely was successful because every single one of them looked around and was like, this is awful. Like, we need to do something. So I think we have a good amount of support, and Vice Mayor is correct. It's not going to be an overnight thing. I think there's some things that we can get pretty soon with working together, like crossing guards and whatnot, but there's some long-term fixes, and we're making that progress.
What are the odds of a pedestrian bridge?
I would love
So,
the taco
yeah.
proof of concept presented to us.
So
Yeah, they exist. There used to be one over at 95.
Yep,
in Lansing, and they
on
took it
Bar-
down.
yeah.
Is that discussed at all there?
Oh, yeah.
It's
So
not
it's
rocket
been brought up over the years as well. And it's something that I said, realistically, that's for sure a long-term plan. The key is to convince DOT, and the representatives that were there recognize that there's a problem and moving towards that. But it is something that has been discussed. There are some challenges because, we don't want to deal with land acquisition, for example, because that would make it a decade plus long process. But we think there might be some opportunity there going from the middle school to like one of the cross streets. I forget which one, like 13th or whatever, that is our property. And it's, just DOT's property, make it a lot simpler. So it was discussed, and that's definitely on our radar.
That's it. Thank you. Okay, great. Real briefly, the MLK program was wonderful yesterday. On Sunday, I had the pleasure of being in the mayor's parade at the South Florida Fairgrounds, where you get to sit and wave at the grass. And let me just tell you, whenever the car with Lake Worth Beach goes, the cheers go up. I have to say, we are beloved in this county. With people, they know that we're trying, and they know that we're interesting, and it's people like, wow, everybody, when you go past, everybody cheers. I'm like, that's great. Dixie Highway, the more I think about it and the more I hear from, I don't know what sway we have over DOT or where we are in that process, but the more I think about it, the more input I get from citizens is the concept of the one lane each way with the turning lane in the middle just is not being received favorably by our citizens. And I also think, I don't know where we're at with DOT, but we need to talk to those people because that's a problem. And also I see there are some non-agenda folks that want to come up and talk about turf. Just before you speak, I just want to say that we have at our pre-agenda meeting, some of you know this, we had discussed it. We've got a hold on the citations for code enforcement regarding ground cover turf, astroturf, stones, that sort of thing, and we're going to be looking at it. So we are listening and we'll see, we're gonna have a workshop and see where it falls, but we're gonna hold off for at least 90 days with citations. Even if you've been to the general magistrate already, we're holding off with those because we just want to see where the chips fall. I doubt that we'll ever have plastic front lawns in the city of Lakeport, but there's some limited use I think we do need to talk about. So that's all I have to say. City manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have too much to share. I did want to share that I did attend the tree board
Yeah.
advisory
Yeah.
board meeting
Yeah.
last Thursday. It was very good. And thank you, Commissioner Malika, by saying, please use English in the language of species.
Yeah.
Because I told Miss Jenny, I said, wow, I feel like they're speaking another language. But it was a good meeting and I'm looking forward to work very closely with the tree board. So thank you, Jenny. And
Quiet, but important.
the board members for what they do.
Yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Now we have public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda. So let's do Madam Clerk, do you have any non-agenda items, public comments?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, why don't we start with you then?
Okay, the only comment I have is from Sam Smith, 100 North Palmway. Why are there no public parks, public playgrounds in the northeast quadrant? Parrot Cove, College Park, east of Federal area. Every other quadrant in the city has playgrounds. Bryant Park and South Bryant Park each have one or two. The western districts have parks and playgrounds in both the northern section and southern section, Howard Park, Sunset Park, and others. The only public access parks we have are two very small pocket parks on the Intercoastal, which have no services or equipment, or Snook Island. This is a very large area of the city with many families with small children, and there are no public parks for children in this area. This seems highly inequitable in looking at the city as a whole. It would make sense to add a playground near the golf course clubhouse, as there is unused land available right by the parking lot. This spot is city-owned land and underutilized, not utilized really at all. It is just grass, not utilized for golf or maintenance, storage, or anything else. This spot is also centrally located for this area. And of course, there is parking readily available. That's the end of the public comments.
Did you say his name and address or that person's name and
I
address?
did. Sam Smith, 100 North Palmway.
Thank you. I did read his comment before, and the easy answer, not the solution, but the easy answer is when the city was originally platted, they didn't plat any parks there. So that's something we're left with, and we'll have to see if we can, Ms. Davis and I have been talking about possible golf course intrusions, but we are listening and we will take a look.
There's also a spillway park.
Right.
mentioned.
Right, they consider, I suggested that, and I was soundly retorted by the fact that it's west of Federal.
Well, yeah.
It needs improvement for.
I said the same
Future
thing. It's a
conversation.
great
Yeah.
park, and I think we should get some, work to get some equipment up there, but I was rebutted when I mentioned that quite soundly by the person that lives east of Federal Highway.
I think it's more problematic that it's right on the boundary between us and West Palm.
Well, I think it's a beautiful
It's
space.
really- I think we need to do stuff with it. And hopefully when we get the advisory board up and running for,
Future conversation.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now we have public participation. And we'll start with Todd Velez. And if you have blue cards, just give them to me so we don't make Carmen stand up and walk each time. Yes.
Todd Velez, 530 North G. I ran into once a mayor, always Mayor Pam in the last 10 days, which triggered a few things. And this agenda here in town, and this agenda is wonderful. It's making my head spin. First Presby has paid a big price as being sort of an informant dump ground in the last few years because Calvary was no longer available. Listening to the captain and the former captain, Silva, there was a lot of abuse that took place there. Now First Presby is under fire to improve its property when actually making its property even less attractive because if they can't get to the bottom of what goes on at 7-Eleven or whatever, it's 7 days and at the 5 a.m. bar, why go after the church for its appearance or that it's a hangout for prostitution? I could go on about that. The CRA back about nearly 10 years ago was approached by the superintendent of that area, of that church back in was that 14, about what could happen in the future, which she cannot do, is as she was exiting the city where she lived here. And that came to light because I got wind of it. And legalities within the Presbyterian organization, you can't do that, go behind the congregation. We'll see if that is, being that that's the first Presbyterian of the county. I could go in further with that. What was said about the Pioneer Linen, they also have their cross made out of a crate from Pioneer Linen from the teens that they touted around town as they, before they got their proper church address and built. Just an interesting side note. They also had a great deal to do with the Osborne addition, undoing some negativities and helping getting the school that is there now and the community center. The CRA also, we were approached at OSL, Our Savior Lutheran, about, which I thought was the gall to try and buy the property. We're looking at a bright future. Don't bother. We're not selling. But I remember for once a mayor, always a mayor, Waterman, where's the city hall going to go? When do they leave this building? And she said, I always heard it was going in the roundabout area up at A and B, but now that's going to be apartments. So if the history, if you, as it was said, private property with demolishing the salt box property, it's just an example. You didn't know what was going on with that property. You don't know that it was moved there. You don't know who built it and who had owned it. Private property, well, if you want fake grass, then that's your private property. This region of Florida is dirt. This is natural. This is the way it looks. If you want a nice yard, you got to buy it or be in a low-lying area, not on top of a hill, which Lake Worth primarily is 90% on top of a hill.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom Conboy?
I'm Conboy, 30 South M Street, business owner. Madam Mayor, honorable commissioners. Gail Silverblatt just posted a question to the internet, or rather the Facebook. Why do you love Lake Worth Beach? And there's like 40 different responses, and all of them are extremely engaging. I was very inspired by many of those responses. We have so many great things here in the city. We have such a walkable city. We have really great parks. The fact that we have Bryant Park and the golf course, all public land on the Intracoastal, differentiates us from most communities in South Florida. We have the beach. We have our downtown. We have our, tons of amenities around. We have our alley system, and we have our historic cottages and our historic homes. And that's really what makes this community so strong. The L&M project is definitely one that's dear to my heart. And we've got some nice properties there that are slated for demolition. And I'm very concerned about these properties being demolished. I understand it was a city staff member that told the CRA, go and demolish these properties. I would like you guys to save those properties. And I would like you guys to vote to save those properties because I want to see where you stand. And I really, really think that they have a lot of value and can add a lot of value to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. James, is it Reed? R-E, James Jones. Jonas. I'm sorry, I can't read your handwriting at all. And is it R-E-A-D?
That is,
Thank
that
you.
is correct. Sorry, Jonas Reed, 1325 North End Street. You guys have seen me the last couple of meetings. I'm just here to thank you guys for actually setting that workshop meeting and listening to the citizens. I myself have fielded countless calls. I have AstroTurf in my front yard. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but because of that, people have continually knocked on my door with the complaints and the violations. So I made sure that everybody came here to speak with you people so that we can have that. And I think you guys are doing a good job of listening to us and having that meeting. So I just want to take a few minutes to thank you.
Appreciate that very much. And no promises, but we are talking about it. Thank you. Todd Townsend.
Hi, good to see everybody. Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'll be actually presenting this proof of concept, this children's access bridge to cross the tracks and 95 and get the kids right up to the 8th Street intersection so that we can have a safer situation, a cleaner situation for the kids to deal with for the next some 20 years. So that's going to be coming up pretty soon, and I will certainly let you know. I thought I was going to have that tonight, but I made a mistake, and so we're getting pushed back a little bit. But we do have a real proof of concept, so this bridge really should get built. And along with my presentation, there will be we're going to be making a list to get people's names on board, so that we can actually really let the FDOT know that we're really serious about having them build a bridge for us for the kids. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Todd, I don't think anyone's in disagreement with the bridge. We all know what they look like. We all know how they work. The people you need to talk to are DOT.
Appreciate,
Yeah.
you know, how we
Yeah.
residents take the
Yeah.
initiative, and
No, it's
Todd
fine.
is gonna start a petition so that
Heck yeah.
we can present it to FDOT.
Right. A legal petition so that everybody can sign them. So, and in the meantime, if anybody wants to go see an example of exactly what I'm talking about, you get on 95 and you go right down to Sample Road and you'll drive right under the bridge that we need.
And there you
And it says Sample right on it. And we had one in Lake Worth. Let's get a new one. Let's take care of our kids. Thank you. Everybody have a great night.
You too. Richard Stowe?
Good evening. My name is Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I want to thank Ginny Powell for her tree board presentation and also Ted Brunstein and Steve Lockwood for the Historical Society presentation. The Osborne School is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It was designed by architect Edgar Wortman, who also designed the city library and 26 South L, which is in the heart of the threatened historic structures in Old Town. We have some great news tonight. This afternoon, the contract with the CRA, they undertook like a removal of the asbestos siding at 25 South K Street. And the lap siding that is now exposed is really in good condition, according to an architect I spoke with this afternoon. And it looks. I went over and saw it. It looks really nice with very little work. That building will be a perfect example of the shotgun 25-foot wide house. So, and I encourage the city commission to revisit their discussion where they conceptually came up with the idea of, agreeing with the CRA or whoever but making the conclusion that they might want to move forward with demolition of the 8 structures. Another update is Christian, a former tree board member, led a tour of this area in the Old Town a couple of weeks ago, in which he had identified invasive exotic plants that are present on these CRA properties. It was very, very informative. Natives are one portion of, adding natives to our landscape is one portion, but also removing invasives is just equally as important. And botanical names and common names do change over time, just for a little editorial here. So just in case you're wondering, we are reaching out to the Florida Solar Energy Center to see if they can be involved in guiding the city in carrying out energy efficient retrofits of these threatened historic structures, just to see where they're at. They've done some really good work in the last decade, or 2013 era, when there was a lot of foreclosed homes, and pulled out like deep energy efficient work that was like carefully scientifically assessed. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, that's time.
Oh, very good. Good timing. And Fairfax, last but not least, has anyone filled out a card, but I didn't call your name? Last meeting, someone said I gave a card, but no one called my name. So if you've, oh, I see the hand, excuse me, I see a hand raised. And you are? My name is Willie Volk. Okay, but you want to talk, wait, did I saw your name. I'm glad.
Is it on the agenda on something else?
No, it's artificial over. Yes. So, thank you. So after Ann, you'll come up. I appreciate, that's why I ask. I've got to start doing that. Ann.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for all your good work. Ann Fairfax, 226 South L. I have sort of a out of left field comment about this little bugaboo. I think about it every once in a while. On the freeways, traveling up and down the East Coast, you always see these big brown signs that talk about historic, turn here for their historic neighborhood. There's no reason in the world we can't have that. Today, I had the opportunity in my professional life to talk to a parking and traffic engineer. And I brought this up and I said, you really need this. He says, no big deal. He could be hired to put it through DOT and try to get a sign for us. I mean, we are a city that is literally hiding in plain sight. Nobody knows we exist. I lived in Palm Beach for 15 years before somebody finally told me about this community. And I just fell in love with it the minute I saw it. But I had to see it and I didn't even know where it was. It's like, oh, you get off on 6th Avenue or 10th Avenue. There's no real, the signage for our town is woeful. And I think, we need to get the big word out. And I'm sure that, with all this good development that's going on in town, we really need to put ourselves literally on the map. Thank you.
I don't even think they have Lake Worth Beach yet. I think it's just as Lake Worth. So yeah,
Yeah.
we hear you.
Yeah. So if there's, I'm always think, I'm going to come up to the commission and say it, but then it's one of those issues that comes up and it gets dropped. But I do now have somebody who I can talk to.
We have to work with purchasing and all that to hire anybody to do something like that, right?
For a consultant to go to the DOT to petition for a sign on the freeway for us.
Why don't you get in touch with Ms. Davis?
Okay.
This and then try to figure something.
Yeah, I love
It's
it.
a great idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, last but not Willie Volk.
Willie Volk, 216 North K. Good evening. 2 weeks ago, about a dozen residents asked the commission to reconsider citing code violations for artificial turf. I was one of them. 1 week ago, I learned that the city would pause code violations while it formed a working group with citizens to discuss the future of artificial turf in city boundaries. I'm here this evening simply to say thank you for listening to us. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts and have you listen. I'm eager to be part of the working group and hopefully bring this to a mutually agreeable resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are listening. And I got to say, and I'll speak for all of us, every day, the amount of emails, texts, phone calls about so many different subjects. I got to tell you, it's a little hard to keep track. So if you think that we've responded pretty well with the turf, there's other things that you never call me for. Well, we're doing our best. So, and I'm glad that we were able to come to a consensus last week that we are going to look at that, take a gander at it. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming and saying thank you. That's very kind. So, all right, Nick.
I did have one super quick
Oh, I'm sorry.
clarification on it.
Sure.
And thank you for turn up and, we're definitely listening. But a question that was relayed to me, which I think we should maybe like have answered, or if Glenn wants to answer, we talked about putting the stay on the code enforcement cases, but one thing that was brought up is we should probably be clear that that means if you have if you have the artificial turf now, it doesn't mean that if you're going to install it in the next.
Yeah, you can't install it if it's.
Yeah,
Thank
so we
you.
wanted to make sure that was clear and we put that out there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we. All right, cancel the installation for tomorrow. My ficus trees would be happy. Okay, so now we have consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Approval of the minutes.
I'm sorry, Madam, yes, approval of the minute.
I have a consent agenda above the approval of the minutes. So there you go.
Well, that's a mistake on my part. I apologize.
Okay, so the approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Consent agenda? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Take a quick.
Sure, you want to take a quick break? We've been here for a while.
Bathroom break.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a potty break. All right, we'll be back in about however long it takes to run downstairs and come back.
I'm ready.
Probably be significant. And then we're. Whether it's two or nine, you get a big. Yeah.
Pull back.
Well, let's look. Let's all keep our hands on us. I know.
I'm okay.
I would like shoes to stay on. And what?
Madam Mayor, it is 7:48 and we are still live and ready to go to our public hearings.
And everybody's here. How about that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on public hearings A, which I'm going to ask the city attorney to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Quite okay.
Ordinance number 2022-15. Ordinance number 2022-15 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of an urban plan development district located at 930 North G Street to construct an approximately 5-story, 91-unit multifamily residential development, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the Transit-Oriented Development East (TODE) zoning district with the future land use designation of Transit-Oriented Development (TOD), subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C. Approving a conditional use permit, approving heightened density bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program, approving a major site plan for the development of a mixed-use urban plan development requiring severability complex and an effective date.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have to give my little caveat. I bet this is a quasi judicial hearing. And I have to ask each of you. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications, personal investigations, or campaign contributions to disclose? Commissioner Lega?
No, ma'am.
McBoy?
No, ma'am.
Stokes?
No.
Diaz?
No, ma'am.
Me either. Okay, thank you. All those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and be sworn in. I promise to tell the truth.
I promise to do the truth.
Thank you. That's it. That's all you really have to do. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's a little old. It sounds,
As you testify, please state your name and address for the record. And if you represent a party, please also state who you represent. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Mr. Waters, would you give us a presentation, please?
Miss Sita's,
Miss
Miss
Sita.
Sita's gonna give us a presentation.
All right, our own Miss Sita. Thank you.
I'm her backup today.
Good evening. For the record, Erin Sita with Community Sustainability. As ably stated by our city attorney, this ordinance is commonly referred to as Lake Worth Station. It is a residential planned development located at 930 North G Street. You can see the location map here on your screen. It is located in the the southeast corner of 10th Avenue North and North G Street, and with a linear parcel in the southwest corner. The ask here is for, again, a residential urban plan development. This will be between 4 and 5 stories, contain 91 units with additional site improvements that include the public interactive trail on native habitat. This also includes 39 deed restricted units, and they do involve a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. There's approximately 9 2-bedroom units proposed in addition to the 1-bedroom units. It is for a major site plan, conditional use, and sustainable bonus for additional density and height. The 50% of the payment to the city will be approximately $231,000, with the remainder of the payment being comprised of the additional workforce housing beyond what is required in our ordinance, the public interactive nature trail on the west side of North G Street, the on-site public plaza, and then the electric vehicle charging stations. Staff has the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval with conditions. If you recall, this came on first reading before you in September. You all voted to continue first reading with some guidance to the applicant, which include reducing height to the 4 stories if feasible, to looking at increasing some on-site parking, preserving some of the existing pine trees, adding some larger units to the mix of the project, as well as providing outdoor space on the ground. The applicant resubmitted drawings to address the City Commission's concerns. It takes a while to do some of that redesign. And so those came back into us on the 12th, and we got them on the first available meeting. Again, you can see here is the bird's eye view of the existing conditions. Here's the site plan. It's got kind of an L-shaped site plan or an L-shaped building now. With the 91 units, the 4 stories is along 10th Avenue North, and then steps up to the 5 stories on North G Street. There are 14 workforce/affordable units required. The applicant has provided 39. The unit mix is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, with 3 bedrooms. There is 109 parking spaces with some alternative spaces, including 2 scooter spaces, 3 bike racks, and 22 compact spaces. You can see here was the original architectural rendering that you saw back in September. The applicant has redesigned and has looked to our historic preservation design guidelines for guidance on architectural style, and has selected the streamlined modern style. You can see that some of the architectural features in Streamline Modern emphasize the horizontality of the building with porthole windows. And again, those kind of railings that have kind of a nautical, modern take of a nautical vibe. Again, the north elevation, this would be facing 10th Avenue North, and you can see the step up to the rear, and then the west elevation along G Street. The applicant will go in more detail over the architectural changes in their presentation. Flexibility. Originally, the ask in September was for 2 requests for additional flexibility. The current plan is only requesting to modify the build-to line on 10th Avenue North from 18 to 15 feet to be able to retain the pine trees and provide the outdoor amenity to the south of the building. So they're asking for a 3% or a 3-foot modification to that build-to line. Again, one of the comments, because we did do a quick turnaround, was the applicant was working with engineering staff on their resubmittal. They came up, the engineering, Lake Worth Beach engineering staff, and the applicant came to consensus on this configuration. And so this will, between first reading and second reading, if approved on first reading, the conditions relating to this turn will be modified to incorporate this specific design. And as well as there was a modification to the public works condition that was missed. There is still a no parking sign on G Street. We obviously want parking on the west side of North G Street since we're turning it into a parking lot. So just some tidy up, and then that this will be the configuration that has been accepted by the fire department and city engineering staff. Again, the sustainable bonus slide, about $462,000 in value, 50% will be required to be paid to the city, and 50% shall be provided with improvements equal in value or not, or no less than the $231,000. We have a standard condition of approval in the ordinance. This is related to the on-site improvements. And should the cost of the improvements not increase to meet or exceed the remaining sustainable bonus value at permit, the applicant has to pay the difference. So if something comes up and it costs less, or then they can't provide that evidence that they are spending that money, they will cut an additional check to the city. So that's our kind of our guarantee. We will be getting that much in improvements. The applicant has been pricing out the linear park. I know they have some numbers for you. They didn't when we publish a staff report, but we feel confident that the total package that they're providing in improvements should definitely equal the 231,000. And if it doesn't, then we'll be getting some additional cash. Again, it's consistent with our plan, our strategic plan, and our land development requirements. The staff has provided a motion to approve on first reading and schedule the second reading on February 21st. I'm going to go ahead and share the applicant's presentation now, and then I believe we would go to questions. Unless you all have any specific questions for us.
There's a question right now. That strip across the street is now going to be a linear park and parking. Okay, thank you.
All right. Annabella Garcia, first of all, Happy New Year. All the best for 2023. Hope to see the city grow and many blessings. Martin Architects, we're located in 6810 Lions Technologies Circle, Suite 185, Coconut Creek, Florida. Well, after our last presentation, we had multiple charrettes. I have to tell you that we have worked intensively with William Waters and Irene, and I really thank them very much. We presented all our different sketches, different ideas, and we actually came up with a really phenomenal new project. We have addressed all of your comments and concerns from the past meeting. I'm going to mention a list of all of them. We redesigned the building footprint in an L-shaped building, providing a green space, adding a kids play tot lot and a dog park on the south side of the property. The portion of the building facing 10th Street was reduced from 5 floors to 4 floors. So now you see, and we have open terraces, as you can see here on the major intersection on the corner. It's all open and exposed, and that's where amenities are going to be on that 4th floor. The project is no longer a mixed use. On the west lot was included creating more parking, and we are creating an educational trail. And we added more parking because we needed the parking. That was one of your concerns too. The overall unit count was increased by 10 units, but we added 3-bedroom units on this corner over here. 3 bedroom, 2 bath. That's what we're doing. There are more 2-bedroom units. We reduced the 1-bedroom units. We have a variety of different units depending on the location of the building. We added the studios, and we have our sufficient parking spaces, handicap, bike racks, motorcycle spots. We have worked with all your entire planning and zoning department. We worked with the fire department, and trash was consulted, and we have all the access under control. Now, this is a perspective from the corner of 10 and G. Next slide. Oh, all right, this is our new building footprint. Before we had a very long linear building. Now we push everything to 10th. We added the L shape, the short L shape, adding to the south side the kids tot lot and a new dog park. Next slide. Over here, this is what we're proposed. This is our side. Next slide. We have also taken under consideration your concerns about tree preservation. We are relocating 13 of the trees and palms in the entire site that are in healthy condition. And we're retaining 8 of
different groups in different areas. The green areas are the ones that will be preserved, and the little pink light are the ones that are going to be relocated.
Where are they going to be relocated to?
They're going to be relocated within our site.
Okay.
We're just going to remove them because they're in the middle of our building.
Right.
We'll put them in a temporary nursery, and then they'll replant wherever our landscape architect over here has submitted in the landscape plans for you. Next slide. All right, this is our typical ground floor. We have the leasing on the bottom left-hand side corner. We have the leasing office with a community club room. And we have all the different type of units. The ends are the 2-2s. On the left short wing facing 10th, we have the 2-2 center unit. And then these L long portion over here, we retain as the 1-bedroom units. And that's typically for all the floors. Can we go next slide? That's your typical 2nd to 4th. Next slide. That's your 4th floor. So whatever it's facing on the left side on the screen, it's a 4-story. On the right side, we're going 5 stories. Next. Oh, and this is where I'm sorry, one before Irene. And this one over here on the bottom left-hand side corner, you can see that we have an outdoor amenity. We're going to keep it out. It's a barbecue place, a sun deck, and we're going to have some sort of a outdoor ping pong table in there.
And that's the 4th floor.
That's on the 4th floor on the corner above the last 3rd floor unit. The 3-bedroom unit. I'm sorry, I'm getting it all mixed up. That's next slide. That's your roof plan. All the condensers are going to be on the roof plan. They're going to be high. We have enough parapets that will not be visible from any corner of the building. Next slide. All right, over here we can see the different unit sizes. The 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, the 2 bedrooms, 2 bath. Next slide. And these are our 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and our little tiny studios. Next slide. Over here, you can see the leasing office. We'll have a little club room, a leasing office. We have our mailbox center and our packaging center on the ground floor. And on the 4th floor, bottom left-hand side of the slide, you can see what we're proposing on the amenity on the 4th floor on the corner of our building. Our dumpster is just what it's required, recycle. And 1 single bin will be sufficient for this community, a large bin.
I was going to say.
Yes, a large bin.
You work that out with Public Works, and that's certain.
Yes. All right, next slide.
Before you go to the next one, on that amenity space, I can't read the fine print there, but does that have at all a kitchen area at all that people can cook something out there or not?
We're just going to provide a barbecue grill. That's it.
But no sink?
No. I think I do. I have 1 sink, a barbecue grill, and that's it. And it's partially covered and the rest is open and exposed. All right, next slide. Over here, you can see the north elevation that will be seen from 10th. And that will be our main entrance to the building. And then the lower one, it will be the east elevation. That's the one that you see from the parking lot side. Next slide. This will be, the one on the top is the south. And the one on the bottom is the west side elevation, what you see from G Street. And you can see there, your 4 stories on the left side, and then your 5 stories on the right side.
And the end units will actually have real windows and door. I mean, at the top there's the sliding glass doors, a little balcony. And
yes, well, we have a restriction. We could only do a 2-foot balcony. It's called like a French balcony, whatever it's facing G Street. In the back, we have full-size balconies. On the south, we have full-size balconies. So the balconies will depend on the location and the restrictions that we had to play.
They're real windows, not fake windows.
Oh, no, yes. They're sliding glass doors and you'll get fresh air into the unit. Yes.
And can you explain why some of them are 2-foot wide balconies and some are wider?
No, they're all the same size. All the
You
balconies
said-
are.
You said some were Juliet and some were.
Oh, well, we call them, our architectural term is like Juliet balcony. It's just, you don't have the right depth, which is a 5-foot balcony. It's a normal size.
I think he's
But-
asking why is
That, that's my question, why? Some,
Why? Because on the west elevation over here, which is G Street,
Mhm.
we had a restriction that we could not cantilever more our balconies than 2 feet because of the location of the building, the way we're putting our building, the setbacks.
Oh,
So in the back, we could play, with a 5-foot. On the south, we didn't have that restriction. And on 10th Avenue, we were able to do 3 feet, not 2. So we have a different variety of balconies. Oh, and I want to bring something to your attention too. We decided that all ground floor units facing G Street
yeah.
and 10th Street are going to have direct access from your
Oh,
sidewalk.
That's great.
So you can come in, open up your door, and you don't have to go through the main entrance of the building. They will all have direct access from the ground floor. That only happens for all the units facing our 2 major streets. That's the only place where we can do it.
and a question, I'm still on the balcony.
Uh-huh.
Especially because the west side there, that's Sunset side, you could imagine that somebody might want to put a little table out there and watch the sun go down and
Well,
whatever. And I guess my question for William, I think I understand that there's a setback requirement that's not for the edge of the building, but for anything sticking out of the building. So it applies to the balcony. Is there any, assuming that the architect would be willing to go to a 5-foot balcony, I guess what you're doing on the others. Is there any way that seems like a benefit to the community, and the loss of 2 feet sticking out seems like pretty minor negative? Is there any flexibility there?
Well, our code allows us only to extend into the setback 2 feet. It would be considered a variance, which is allowable under a plan development. But we were trying to guide them to ask as few variances and deviations from the code as possible, since that has seemed to be a problem in the past with other projects asking for deviations. If you're open to letting them extend those balconies a little wider, that could be part of your condition of approval. But I don't believe it can extend the entire 5 feet. I think about 4 feet is as far as you can go because of landscaping and some other issues that are below.
mhm.
Can you go a little more on the higher ones where you're above the trees? I mean, you're up 5 stories there.
I think their construction, it would
Yeah, that's
present a
good.
construction issue because your floor plates would be different. And the expense for the upper floors would actually be exponentially more than the lower floors.
And the difference between
But you
4
could
feet.
go to 4, sounds like.
Yeah.
If we gave you a variance.
Mhm.
Well, it wouldn't be called a variance. It would be called a waiver within the condition of approval for the plan development.
One of those.
That thing.
We get it.
Would you be interested in that if the commission was amenable to that?
Yeah, of course.
But we don't, I don't know right now what impact that's gonna have on the landscaping, and I think the landscaping is important in making sure we can have as much tall
Trees and palms, yeah.
Covering up the,
I don't think that's going to be an issue because since we're creating these little private patios on the ground floor, especially on the west and on the north, we kind of had to push all the landscape away from it. So it will be beneficial, obviously.
It's something you can direct staff to take a look at as part of this because of the way it was redesigned in the review process. We have a catch-all that we want to take everything through minor site plan when you all get your final conditions of approval in place. If you will approve it. So that's something we could say if feasible, and then staff will look at it to make sure that if feasible, if it doesn't impact the landscaping. And that's something that's a technical review that staff could perform after. There's a catch-all already for a minor, because we want to, when you give direction to redesign, we put that catch-all minor so we can have one more look before it goes to permit anyway.
All right, next. Yeah, sure.
Hi, Andres Montero, landscape architect, Andres Montero Landscape Architecture, 2208 Northeast 26th Street, Fort Lauderdale. The
the balconies, if they extend further out, they're not going to be in conflict with the landscape because they will be directly above the ground floor terraces. So it's so the landscape is on the sides of those terraces, as you can see at the lower elevation.
So do we have consensus from the commission to let them go to 4 if it works?
4 or 5.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, maybe there's a question for William or Aaron. I mean, it's just build line, barring build line and landscape. It's not like there's a safety thing that people are walking underneath, nothing like that. Okay, yeah.
Unless they're very, very tall.
Well, you don't want things probably hanging over the balcony, whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
I'm okay with that.
All
I think we
right.
have consensus, staff are looking.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Mhm.
All right, Irene, next slide. All right, this is pretty much the northwest corner view from 10th Avenue and G Street. This is what you will be passing by. Next, this is the back. This is a view. I decided not to put the fence because you wouldn't be able to see the park. And I wanted to, emphasize that we have created now a kids park and we have the dog park now. Plenty parking spaces, convenient accesses throughout the whole building. Next slide.
Commissioner Malega has a question, I think.
Not a question, but more of a statement. As you guys are working through the plans, I'm sure you've heard that we had another developer who used artificial turf. I wouldn't recommend putting that in your plans right now until we have our conversation.
Okay.
About artificial turf, especially on the tot and the dog park, because it is a common thing for developers to say, okay, so you might want to just pause that until we figure out what it is that we want in our landscaping.
You'll have plenty of time.
We'll put mulch for now.
Yeah, just be mindful of that as you're going forward on those, but I was super excited to see the play top.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, next slide. Next slide. This is what we had previously submitted. And wow,
Much better.
it's
Much better.
1,000
Yeah.
times better. We love it.
So our architectural degrees will be coming in the mail stream.
No,
No, actually, we thank you for all the comments and for all your concerns. We really had a really nice couple intense charrettes and everybody, landscape, developer, planning and zoning. I mean, we all met several times, engineering over here, fighting for things. But I feel that this is going to be a very beautiful building in the city of Lake Worth Beach. Very, very pretty. Next slide. I think this is it. We're done.
Thank you very much. Do I have Commissioner Malega? I have a light.
I had asked a couple questions last week when I went through the packet in regards to the extra space on G Street. So what kind of fencing will you use along between the FEC Railroad and that private parking and the walking path? That's one question. And what kind of lighting and security will you have on that path? I'm excited about that green space, but I was concerned about the lighting and what kind of fencing you're going to use. Because I didn't see anything.
Irene, can you put
plans, but I
the ground floor plan?
The strip.
I think it's the second,
strip.
the second slide.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, the one above, right there. So both of our tot lawn and our dog park are totally fenced in. We have a designated single point for residents on the ground floor to be protected walking their kids and their dogs to each of the parks, right? Now, going across the street, there is no fence.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a fence? Andres, you better talk.
Yeah, I couldn't find
that
anything in the
portion.
plans to specify what type of.
Yeah,
fence
there is a fence along the railroad tracks.
Kind of fence.
It's a 4-foot chain link fence.
Can't do that.
Well, they'll get permission or not from the city.
No, but it's covered with.
With a hedge. It has a hedge in front screening the
We
fence.
don't allow.
Well,
fence.
we'll leave it, I mean, they know the rules.
We do in some instances, it's screened, it can't be within the front setback.
Right.
It's there, it can't be in the front, along the street, but in the location that they're proposing, the final covered in the added hedge.
You can't see it.
So it's gonna be covered and have a hedge.
Yeah, it would be.
Right of way.
Yeah, it's just
And
the doctor. No,
It'll only be on the FEC, so it'll be protective.
yes, it's where the dark line is.
That wasn't specified in the plan, but it was something we were gonna have to talk about after the fact, is any fence visible from 10th cannot be chain link.
Right.
It was gonna need to be a metal picket. And we kind of, I know we, in one of our meetings, we covered so much, but that is one of the discussions. So anything on 10th, but I think we had said that the chain link, vinyl covered chain link with the full hedge was fine for
On the west bank.
yeah, because remember too, you all, the idea is that if possible, the city has a linear piece to the south. It would be cool maybe one day to continue this all the way down as well.
Well, and I know that we're talking about FEC doing the same thing that they did up in Lantana here because it's technically their property, but that's a whole nother conversation. And what kind of lighting will you have and security in that area, since there is parking and walking along the path?
Well, we have the street lighting. We have a street post. And I think we have one right there in the middle. Is it one or two?
I think we have two.
One on one on the north end and one on the south. If you see the one on 10th Avenue, in the right, there's one where the bike racks are.
Oh, right
Yeah,
here.
this one.
Right.
Simple, just like.
Yes, this one, where's that one and that one?
I personally would like to see a couple more lights, even if we could do ones that are just like what we have at the beach, which are cement posts with like a small light on top of it.
Like a bowler.
Yeah. like-
bowler
yeah,
lights.
yes, I mean, that's
Yeah, we
maybe
can-
solar activated that comes on when the sun sets.
Yeah.
I just think that if we want to encourage people to use that, we want to make sure it's safe at the top. And if there's not going to be any cameras, as many lights as you can put as possible, I would like to see that.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this is where we will do our pollinator and our native species park.
Right, and
And
that's why
we have plans to provide also signage for each of the species and animals that bring in, and it will be an educational park.
And kind
Yeah,
of a daytime.
But but again, if we have people walking their dogs, I just want to make.
maybe at night, sure.
That if we have solar activated.
And parking, they're gonna be parking there, so there should be
Mhm.
people do.
Well, we have, the street lights, the post, we have two, but we can add the bowler.
Yeah.
That's for
please.
sure.
Thank you. I would like to see that as part of the conditionals.
And does that?
We haven't done the photometric study yet.
Yeah, not
We're
yet.
waiting for you guys to approve it in order to do it, because we did it last time and we.
You didn't get that far. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Diaz.
Dark sky compliant lighting preferably, just to throw that out there, when we get there. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on a major thoroughfare. They have to
Yeah,
do
they
the dark
have
scope.
So I really like that you guys went with non-parallel parking on the west side, because you can, it's so visual. You can clearly fit so many more parking spots, and I think we need to do that. So many where our space is, available. And my one question, two questions. Since the bottom floor units are gonna have access to G Street and they're gonna be walking across, do we need to do anything to put in crosswalks and whatnot on G Street to make sure that they have a safe place to cross? And also, if we're gonna have that really nice walkway, which I love, do we also need the sidewalk? Can they get more space if we just went with the greenway that connected to G Street to crosswalks?
We actually need the sidewalk, we need the sidewalk as a sort of protection buffer from the back of a car before the lane of travel.
Yeah.
So it may look like a sidewalk, but we didn't want it to look like just all parking. Like the textual feel of it will be a little bit different. So
I see. So you need, it's less, not so much of a, it's a sidewalk, but it's more of like a swale. It's more protection from the cars. Okay.
Kind of a safety.
Whose responsibility would be the the crosswalks? Is that something we would be?
Well, we
trying to
can
put-
work with them in public services, because when they are doing this roadway, part of it highly likely will have to be repaved. And we could work with them to do a stamped pattern at 10th and then at the other end or mid-block that wouldn't add a great deal of cost, and it could be painted. And we've already had that been installed in other places of the city.
That's good. Commissioner McBoy.
couple little things here and there. Thank you for the effort and the redesign, much appreciated. I did go by the site again and, you know.
So you, okay, so you did do some, I mean, you did,
I drove by the site on the way here today.
okay, you just have to disclose that. You did, you just disclosed. When I asked to disclose, that's self, well, to be honest, I'm looking at our attorney, that's kind of self-investigation. I mean, we all drive past there all the time. It's not, but
If it's just driving past.
Yeah.
The did
I
the
know.
inspection, you didn't stop.
I've been on the site before September, right? In any case, it's a little hard. It's a pattern plan, as we talked about before, that has some of the character of the original landscape. You know, it's got some of the sand oaks and it's got some pines, some bigger ones. And it's a little hard to imagine it mostly gone. I'm glad that you did keep some. I think it's a great idea to keep it in the dog part and kid area. You know, gets us a little bit in an urban environment of some of that. So I appreciate that. I appreciate also the idea of using that strip along the railroad. What I would suggest on that part is, and you don't have to disclose ex parte drive-bys, but you can go down to Hypoluxo. If you go to the town of Hypoluxo, 2 towns, 3 towns down below Land Canopy, you can look at the town hall, and that'll give you some idea. Some commissioners there at some point said, we want all native landscape. That's not quite as much a source for this, but I suspect the same person along a very similar strip, very similar location along between Dixie Highway, which is parallel to the railroad. There's a long stretch and it's all native vegetation. And it's pretty reasonable to actual native that would have been in this area, not just Florida native, but actual to here. Sable palms, pine trees. I was curious that you didn't have any pine trees. That seemed like kind of an obvious thing to put in. I would encourage you to try to do a little bit of the mix, because what's appealing about that stretch to folks, you know, like some of the folks that came earlier from the tree board, people who know South Florida vegetation, of which, as we all know, there's almost none left. They see that and it feels a little bit like what home would be here, not completely. So I might, and I can steer you to some people that might give you a suggestion, but go and look at that one would be in terms of your plant. Some of it looked fine, but some of it was kind of weird mixes of things that aren't as close to here. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, 95% of the vegetation in that park it's South Florida native, which is, I mean, I always do South Florida, not the state of Florida, because we know, you know, past the Palm Beach up north, it's a completely different.
where the
Yes.
tropics begin. Any other comments?
And
Wasn't done that, Mayor.
Oh,
sorry.
Appreciate it. On the bike racks, are those outside or inside the building?
Outside.
No, we have in the park and we have inside the building as well. In the park, we have bike racks as well.
So
Yeah,
that
but
would be
they're not inside the structure.
The building itself, no.
But inside your gated area?
Yes.
Yes.
That's, and the gated area will be locked, so,
Well, the park and everything is gated over there, so it's right there.
well,
We have
this-
inside the building, we have storage places that we can designate for bikes
right,
as well.
storage.
my issue is for people to practically use it for biking, it wants to be something where you can easily park your bike and it's not a whole lot more hassle than parking a car. Still gonna be more hassle, but not a whole lot more. Not that I'm going through a bunch of things. And then the other is bikes get stolen all the time. Like,
Yes.
It's a big deal.
Everywhere.
it's our bike loan program.
We have a rotating bike loan program.
That's the.
Sometimes we get them back, but think about that. That will make it much more likely that the bike actually gets used. And thank you for putting them in. This is a very bikeable.
Actually have inside the building on each floor, there is storage for one unit will have a storage, not a big one, but a cage. And what it's normally
everyone
done
does.
on rentals, yes.
That's great.
And on, yeah, it's right. It's actually You can see it. Irene, can you point out?
It's to below the two-bedroom units at the north, I mean, the top of the slide there.
Stair.
Right.
It's right, it's in here.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah,
there.
there.
So the first two cages are supposed to be bike racks. So everybody can put their bikes stacked one on top of the other, or there is another system that can go vertically. You know, you mount them vertically and you hang them, and the rest is storage.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
You've done a lot of work. I appreciate. Are you finished?
Trying to see if I can.
Motion to approve with conditions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? We have public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment cards?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have two. Ramsey McLeod.
Before I speak, can I ask a particular slide?
Sure.
The land, the location of the project. Yeah.
William, I'm sorry, or Erin, I stopped the sharing. So if you could put it back up for the public to see as well, thank you.
Is that the way you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I have several questions and concerns about this project. One was concerning the utility poles down the alleyway. I've already spoke with Mr. Liberty because there's a guide wire that goes right across the alleyway there. That condition has to be addressed, and he and I are going to work on it later. We're going to look at the site.
That's the kind of thing that we have to.
But because they're going to be working in that alleyway and paving part of it, there's a concern about the conditions of it there. The other thing was, I really have a concern about the flow in the alleyway, and I just couldn't see this from your drawings if you're going to change the direction of that alleyway. Because as you can see in that drawing, directly across the street from this is where the Circle K is. And I can see two things happening here. I see the layout of the parking lot is much better and clearer here than I could see online. So they can exit out of the south end of the parking lot and go north on G Street to get onto 10th Avenue North. But that alleyway is going to be a situation where somebody's going to come out of the parking lot north and shoot across out the alleyway and try to shoot across 10th Avenue North to go west. And the problem there is right at the railroad tracks, as you come across it heading east, there's a little bit of island there because that's a turn lane. So you're going to have cars that are going to try to come out of the alleyway and shoot across.
By alleyway, do you mean G Street or do you mean?
No, the alley. Get it?
The alley in between the parcels.
The alleyway between the parcel.
Yeah.
I drove down that today. And when you try to come off of 10th and turn south into that alleyway, I could barely make it in my normal full-size truck. So trying to take a truck from the city down there, that alleyway in the front's going to have to be widened. And I couldn't tell really how far. I thought they had to come down the alleyway, the length of their project and remill all that and build that alleyway. But from this drawing, it looks like they only have to do from 10th Avenue down to the opening of the parking lot. And I can see someone trying to shoot out there and just rather than go down G Street, wait for traffic, go across two lanes, get in the turn lane, do a U-turn and go down west, is sneak out that alleyway and try to shoot across. And the second concern I have is this layout is almost identical to the La Jolla Apartments on 6th Avenue South. And that little convenience store that sits kitty corner across the street, we had to add a pedestrian crossing there with a flashing sign because people were cutting across that street. And I think someone got killed. I can't remember. There was accidents and stuff just because people are darting across. And that's going to be the same safety concern I have because that Circle K sits right there. And I think the CD.
I mean, I'm looking at G Street and is it the next one over is
It's H.
I mean,
and that's right at
do that now. So why would I'm just curious, why would the difference between coming out of the alley or G Street?
Because you'll get traffic on G Street, but you won't have anything in the alleyway except your vehicle or someone trying to come down there. So I can see someone coming out of the parking lot going north and shooting out that alleyway and trying to cut across those lanes of traffic and go west.
Is there entrance
points for the vehicles in the parking lot to the alleyway?
Can I talk?
Yes, because as you can see in the other drawing, I'm sorry, sir.
No,
I know I'm over 2 minutes, Melissa, but this
Yes,
was.
I was about to tell you your time has elapsed.
So the gentleman wants to speak.
My name is Ricardo Hernandez. I am the developer. You know, the idea of using the alley is for fire and emergencies cases. The main entrance and access to the property is via G Street. And we widened the alley to 25 feet.
You are.
We are widening the alley because the fire department require us to put a wire. So we're gonna put signs inside our property saying this is not an exit.
Okay.
But we need it. We need for emergency.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz. Whoever's first, I don't care. Who was first? You fight it out.
Mine was, well, mine was quick, and I see Ramsey's point. Thank you for that, because G Street is going to be, clearly a right turn only because of the median. So I see that concern, but yeah, so I would say I would like to see that addressed in terms of how are we going to encourage people to use H Street to go west, because on G they can only make right.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I live on East Street and I can't turn left on Sixth Avenue. I have to turn right and go down and do it the right way. I mean, it's all over our city.
Right.
It's, I mean, that's just something we have to deal with. Half of Sixth Avenue has a median and the other half of Sixth Avenue, people can just shoot straight across. So it really depends on what street you live on. One thing I would consider is maybe turning that into a one-way alleyway. So we don't have. Aaron's gonna yell at me.
Well, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna let Patricia just present because this entrance has been worked out with a lot of discussion with the fire department and the city engineering department. And so we have it's difficult. It's a difficult
Thank you.
space.
Patricia Ramuto, IBI Group, 7,000 North Federal Highway, Boca Raton. And yes, we have looked at this and we have looked at the concerns, not just from the city engineering, but from the fire department, the Palm Beach County Fire Department. And what we have worked out, and yes, there is a guy wire, and that guy wire is going to remain, and it is situated. The anchor is on the property. We have a landscape island to allow it to remain. So if you look at this plan, you can see the alley coming off of 10th Avenue North. You see the actual width on the north end of it is a flare driveway connection to 10th Avenue North. We are going to, if you see where it says R20, the new radius is going to be widened to a 20-foot radius. The width of the driveway is going to be two-way from 10th Avenue North to our entrance, but it will be one way essentially inbound into the property. So for residents, they can only come in through that entrance, but they cannot exit. However, the emergency vehicles are allowed to come in and out of that as needed. So that's why we've modified that drive to accommodate the emergency vehicles and the city concerns.
And there will be signage,
Yes, we have signage.
To clarify, you mentioned that it'll be one way and residents can't exit. Is
Well,
there going to be anything that actually prevents them?
I'm sorry, for our residents is an ingress only, but it is a two-way allowing for that business to continue to use it. They have a parking lot that abuts the east side of the alley. I forget the name of the business, but you can see where it says 50 feet right there to the right, that is their parking lot. So that 20-foot will allow for two-way traffic inbound to our property, inbound to the business, and outbound to the business, but not to the property.
But what will, I think the concern that Ramsey raises is not a crazy one. What would prevent somebody who's parked behind, east of the building in your main parking lot from saying, you know what, I'm going to go up the alley and I'm going to try to make a run for it to go west, because it's all a lot hassle, less hassle
It's the same.
if I don't get hit.
It's the difference.
So unfortunately, the current 10-foot alley is unrestricted.
Right.
They can come in and out as they want.
Yeah.
We are restricting through signage and through basically the,
Education.
yes, and the configuration is going to be, it is, I don't know if you can go down further or go to the other plan, but it discourages the outbound traffic.
Awkward.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
And the radius gives some more visibility.
So the radius is for both visibility, accessibility, and allows for the 20-foot width that will allow the business and the two-way traffic to be used. And also for the emergency vehicles. So
Would it make sense? This is a question for my colleagues up here. Suppose that the thing gets built and we find that there are a lot of people that are choosing to go north on the alley, which you've said don't do, but they do it anyhow. Like we tell people don't cross the railroad tracks and they do that too, and it's a problem.
No, it's north.
It's
north and south on the alley.
Yeah. So
Alleys are north and south.
would it make sense to, if it turns out to be a problem in the future, that you would be amenable to having some sort of gate structure or something that lets emergency vehicles in?
Well, we want our residents to have a secondary access in ingress to the property.
Yeah, the ingress is fine. I don't think anybody has a
Yes.
concern about that. It's just that if it turns out to be a problem, because it would be a high accident thing, and I think it's not crazy to assume that some people want to try to do that.
Well, so that was a conversation I had with Giles, and he ran it through Brian Shields. And we know that personal responsibility and doing the right thing is not guaranteed in life. But with the signage, the arrows and the configuration are meant to discourage an egress from our property onto the alley.
There's nothing preventing anybody from doing it now. I mean,
Yes.
on Sixth Avenue South, my God, you have to.
Yeah, but the argument that nobody's presenting it now is it's not relevant because you don't have all of the residents that are going to be there. It's a
Yes.
single family area and nobody's going to use the alley, they're going to use G. So it's a different situation. I would encourage us to at least cause an alert and say, look, if this turns out to be a problem, hopefully it won't. Hopefully nobody will do it. But if it turns out to be, whose responsibility is it then deal with that later on?
Yeah. And like we said, our main entrance is designed to be off of G Street. This is a secondary ingress to the property, but it is not an egress to the property.
And you'll tell your people that, and when they move in, don't go out there. There'll be
Correct.
signage, it'll.
Correct.
Do not exit.
But your concern is understandable. So we will take every measure to discourage any egress from that drive.
I mean, getting across 10th Avenue is a challenge anyway, from wherever you come.
Yes.
Okay, we really don't take, sir,
That's Giles. He works for the city.
have at it, but you're gonna come to the microphone. I apologize if I didn't recognize you.
And I do want to just conclude, the alley there will be some improvement. It won't be a full pavement section, but it will be milled according to the condition that we have been given.
Thank you. Giles.
Sure. Giles Rhodes with the Water Department. I work with the city engineer directly. We can work with the engineers and come up with additional signage and additional delineation to discourage the people making westbound turns or using it just as an in access only.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you, Janice.
Richard Stowe.
Good evening, Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I did want to give a shout out to Andreas, the landscape architect. He has he has one of the best native plant lists that was created by the Fort Lauderdale. What was it? The Fort Everglades. Thank you. I see some improvements in this plan, and I'm happy about that. I know Mayor Resch talked about putting parking on the west side of G Street. I think it's a great idea. I would suggest that there's innovation that's going on here in this project in terms of like saving some of the natives. I would also suggest that we look at the staff and the applicant look at doing back-end angle parking, both on G, on the west side of G, where that uses less area. It's the most safe way to park, and it doesn't require it needs less, like about 17 feet. It needs less space than 90-degree parking. And I would definitely make the alley a one-way with ingress from 10th Avenue North and go out at 9th Avenue North and have left, turn left. If you want to go, you can turn left if you're going on H and you want to go west on 10th Avenue. And if you want to go east, use G Street. I would say that I'd also like to see back-end angle parking be put along the alley. That's the most efficient way to utilize, for parking design, is to use the alley. It's something that hasn't been done yet in Lake Worth, to my knowledge. But it would be a really big plus for this project.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Real quick, someone.
Yeah, sure. Note artificial turf. All right, 2,700 Kelvin illumination with low lumens.
Well, that's all part of our code. Thank you.
Well,
okay. Yeah, there's no other blue card, so I think we have a motion. Want to make a motion in a second? Commissioner Stokes, all in favor with the conditions that we said?
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Congratulations. Thank you very much for working. with us. Oh, wait.
No,
The second reading will be in February.
but I would,
21st.
I don't know if this is, this is going to be part of our mobility plan or anything else, but I have heard of back-end angle parking and it does seem to offer a lot of benefits. Is
They
this
will lose
something-
parking spaces.
something
Angled
that something
parking.
we've Looked at.
Well, something we've looked at, we have it on J Street, but angled parking, they will lose parking spaces in the number, because when you do the angled parking, you actually lose the length. You would not, they'd probably lose 1 or 2 spaces on G and 1 or 2 spaces in the parking lot, and they can't afford to lose any more parking.
Start.
Yeah.
Property on both sides.
For this project, but is it something we can look into?
We allow it in our code. And sometimes parking garages are designed that way. If they're one way, there's no need for it to have you can narrow the drive aisle and have it be angled, but then it forces the traffic to go in one direction. And their parking lot needs to have the traffic be able to go in 2 directions in the parking lot.
But I will say that backing in is the safest way to park.
Yes.
You will never see me pull into a parking space.
Well, that's
ever.
for a quick, man,
No,
that's
it's
for a
just-
quick
it's
getaway.
safe. It's safer for women, but it's also safer. So your eyes are constantly seeing who else is backing up, if there's any bikes, if there's any kids.
I'd like
It's
to
the number
see if
one
there's a
place
way
back
to
in.
encourage, because we adopted the Vision Zero and we're really worried about safety and trying to increase.
Okay, so we have a,
I just.
all right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Actually, I did have one quick thing. Congratulations on it passing, but, and this is more maybe of a note and a reminder to myself, but the fencing and the bushes and stuff along the train tracks, that's something that we address fairly regularly in TPA, because it's a big concern of people walking along the train tracks. So further down the road, if we needed to do improvements on 10th and whatnot, we should stay in communication about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty.
Thank you.
Now we are at, it's number 2023-1, second reading. Please read by
Thank
title.
you.
And the crowd thins out. Lauren is.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Ordinance number 2023-01 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 Beaches, Parks and Recreation, Article 1 Parks, Recreational Facilities of Public Property, adopting a new Section 7-13 aircraft, providing for regulation of launching and landing of aircraft, private severability, the repeal of all conflicting ordinances, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. I see a light on from Commissioner Malega.
One thing I would like to ask my colleagues for support on is to add an exclusionary to this. To exclude special events that are permitted through the city. For drone usage, that they must stay 600 feet from the shoreline. As we know, we have a lot of activities at Bryant Park. And when we have things like the Finish Festival, or you have the Pride Festival, that footage that they use is valuable, and they're paying, and they're renting the space from us. So I would like us, just like we did the no smoking and gave them a cutout for special events at the park. If we could just look at the park for Bryant Park, excluding special events that are permitted through the city, to be able to use drones if they stay 600 feet from the shoreline.
Commissioner Diaz.
This is probably a question for Glenn. I'm not sure. I'm not confident that we can regulate airspace like that. And also, I mean, I think my main concern is that this was largely driven by community who saw a bird attacking a drone right over the park at one of our events that may or may not have been ours.
It wasn't over the park. It was close to the shoreline by the boat ramps.
No, it was over the park. I mean, I've encountered these birds where I'm like over a kilometer away and they've come and attacked the drone. That's part of the, it's a difficult thing to regulate the airspace, and I definitely hear you on that. And but it's a tricky thing because I'm not sure if we can.
But do we have jurisdiction?
I mean, there was a drone up in the air.
Right, you could exclude special events. You know, and I know that was one of the main issues where 4th of July last year, I think, is what kind of led to this, but you could exclude special events during city-sponsored events or at a certain locations, you know, I'm making these up, excluding special events at Bryant Park
That are permitted through the city.
that are permitted by the city.
That's all I'm asking for consideration, because I think about the people and the footage that they get from that. And the aerial shots, they're not gonna be able to get that kind of stuff, and what's making them stay in Lake Worth Beach, because that's a great publicity thing for them.
Well, they can launch it from, not from the water, they can launch it from another, from a street away.
Right, as Commissioner D is saying, regulating the airspace problematic. You're regulating where they can launch from. If you wanted to make an exception that's for special events at a certain place, Bryant Park, for example, that would be an exception, but that's your call whether you
I
want
was
to
just trying
create.
to think that if somebody did launch, let's say from not in Bryant Park, but they go across the street, then somebody makes a complaint. Well, they launch from the side of the street instead of being in the park, that just opens. So I was just putting that exclusionary work in there, that if there's a permitted event, in case they wanted to launch from a side street or from a vehicle,
But they can't, but this doesn't.
They are allowed to do that now. If they're not at Bryant Park, for example, they're 100 feet away, they can launch
Yeah.
because we can't control the airspace. This is only restricting launching from
Where
our
we're going.
our property, these Snook Islands and these properties. And the conversation was also, Mr. McBoy, and I think talked about this as a vice mayor, excuse me. The special events, and Commissioner Diaz as well. Do you want to allow launching from city property on special events?
I'm uncomfortable with an exclusion because you can go to like M Street, and launch from there. So if you want to kind of get around the wall, that's how you do it.
Right.
Remind me, because I was sick when we had this whole discussion, but did we decide that we just wanted to do this year round because we didn't want confusion? So I would be really uncomfortable with city-sponsored events allowing people to launch, especially during nesting and during that season. Because I mean, the birds aren't gonna know if it's a city sponsored event or a non-city sponsored event.
Yeah,
So I think I don't know, it goes against what we're trying to do here.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, Boyd.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hearing the same concern from all of us. I hear you that, you know, it's nice to have drone footage. Human beings got along quite well without drone footage up until about a decade ago, and nobody died from it. I think it's not a healthy idea to try and encourage the public not to do it by an ordinance and say, well, the city can do it. I think it just will muddy the waters, similar to, you know, make it year round, make it, no, you don't do it there, that's.
And they can do it in Gulf, and they can do it right from the street, right there.
I read the Bryant Park and there's nothing.
Or over right Park. Yeah,
I think it's wiser.
I would, if I was a citizen and there was a ban on drones, but we can do it.
Yeah,
I think that
it's not a good look.
Madam Mayor, if I could just interject. So the thought process wasn't actually about our city events. It was actually just us thinking realistically that there are those who are going to find loopholes. So we were thinking, what's an extra layer of protection that we could add, knowing, okay, they're going to launch from somewhere else.
Right.
But if they do, can we put a parameter on it saying, hey, you should stay at least X amount of way from the bird's nest? That was really where it came from.
So we can't govern
I don't think we can.
airspace.
Because
But that's why I said shoreline. I didn't say airline. I said the shoreline. So if we're talking 600 feet from the shoreline where the seawall is and a drone, if we're saying you cannot go any closer to that, we're not technically saying the airspace, we're saying 600 feet from. So
It was just an extra layer of protection because there are people who are going, like 4th of July, the only drone who probably won't be in the air is ours.
Right.
Realistically. So we were thinking,
Down.
we were just thinking, you know, if people are going to do it, is there something else we can add as an extra layer of protection
What was that extra layer?
for these birds? Maybe adding a distance from the actual nesting ground, like drones have to stay, you know, X amount of, but we were just thinking of, you know what, people are going to do it. So what could we do to help protect these birds?
Yeah.
And I think that brings up that brings us closer to, you know, certain areas like state parks, for example, you can't fly a drone. Like there's probably, you know, that's a super long-term thing. Maybe there's some kind of designation, like a protected area, no take zone, whatever we want to call it. There's like a million different environmental designations. Maybe that's something to look at long-term, but I think something that's really important, and Lauren and I, we were talking about this earlier, and you know, it's very similar to the parking at the station, where a large purpose of this ordinance is the signage, the education, why it's there, and the reliance on, you know, social responsibility. And you know, Lauren and I think we're the only ones we're those people who are going to be like, we're not going to fly drones because the sign says so. And I think a good majority of people would be like that. There's going to be people for sure they're going to find their way around it. Some of those drones you can launch from probably Dixie Highway and all the way to the beach.
Right.
But you know, we're doing the best we can.
Are we getting signage in the park? No drones? Let's get some signage. It's all right.
And also with your launch, my understanding, somebody who knows more, correct, but my understanding is you're supposed to have visual contact at all times. So you can't launch it from very far away and not see it. Will people do it? Do people do illegal things? People do all sorts of illegal things, but it is not legal to do that. So if somebody wants to prosecute, you have a way to do it.
Okay. Well, we sort of churned this quite a bit and made quite a bit of changes at the last meeting. And this is the second reading, I believe.
It is.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you. Moving on. You're back up. This is Northwest Ball Field Athletic Facility Field Light Replacement.
Unfinished business.
What?
We had the addition.
I'll gladly go next.
Oh, 6th Avenue South. Yeah, really. Could she please? Okay, the update of the 6th Avenue South substation property change. Ms. Liberty, you're up.
I'll actually start up, Madam Mayor, if I could, I'll start on this one.
Okay.
Because we've been working with both Mr. Waters, Mr. Liberty. This deals with that Sixth Avenue substation property exchange. I know this has been in front of you a few times. I think back in August, you approved design work being done, and before that, even approved some zoning. So before you are allowed to exchange property, you have to give 2 weeks notice in the paper. And so we're planning on putting this on an agenda probably February 7th at this point, but we don't want to put the ad out there. We want to get conceptual approval to make sure you're still all on board with this idea of this property exchange.
So tonight's a discussion, you're looking for a vote.
We're just only looking for a vote that says, yes, go forth and prosper, go forth and put the ad out there. That way on February 7th, we can legally consider the property exchange, which everybody's still working on. There's lots of moving pieces. We've talked individually with all of you about it a little bit. I know Mr. Liberty's spoken with everybody. So we wanted to make sure the commission is still on board with this property exchange. Again, you've already approved, right? You've already approved the design, you've already approved rezoning issues, but before we do the ad, we just wanted to make sure.
Okay, I know. I met with Mr. Liberty. We all have on this issue. Okay, Mr. Liberty, you want to give us a little?
Yes, the first thing I want to do is assure you, you're not voting on anything tonight. You're just providing a consensus to say, yes, go ahead and bring this to us formally for discussion at a future meeting.
Okay.
Also want everybody to know that in the agreements that we're negotiating with Dixie Capital, this is just a land swap. There's nothing in that agreement that commits you to approve whatever it is they may bring forward in the future to build on the site. That still has to go through its own process. You're not committing to do any of that. We're not proposing to tie our hands in any way. We just seek to build on that other piece of property, which we, as City Council has indicated, you've already approved the changes in zoning to that site to be able to do that, approved us to go ahead with the engineering. And we've also approved the survey work for all the circuits to make moves. So that's all in place.
And I'm assuming that when you met with each of us individually, you told us each one of us the same
Yes,
thing.
I wanted everybody to be sure that we're not, you're not committing to approve anything that they have to build on the site. That has to go through the normal approval process.
And my main question to you at that point was, are we doing an equal swap? I mean, are we losing anything by this?
So that's a very good question. So we went back and looked at it in detail. We've had appraisals done on our property, which is 610 South H. That appraisal came in at $216,000. That was February of 2022. We would, of course, probably dust that off and follow whatever rules are in place for that. And then 706 and 710 South H, vacant land, when they're vacant, they came in at $216,000. So it's the same. That was in April of 2022. Those properties with homes collectively are currently appraised at $436,000, but we're not buying the homes. We're getting the properties.
They're going to demolish.
They're going to be demolished by Dixie Capital if we were to go ahead with the contract. That's under negotiation. So with the fact that they have homes on them today doesn't provide us any more value. We're only interested in the vacant land.
In the dirt. Okay, Commissioner Reagan.
At my meeting with you, Director Liberty, my one question is making sure we bring forward a beautification project part to this when we move forward on the project part. I know we're just talking about the land right now, but because this is in a residential area, it's important that we talk about beautification and what it's going to look like at the end for the people who live next to it.
Correct. And just for the benefit of the group, the commissioner was very concerned that it fit in aesthetically with the neighborhood, that it have appropriate greens on the outside, or if we wanted to make the walls available for a mural. But we do intend to build a wall. I specifically, and I said this to the folks sat in these chairs 5 years ago when I talked about these projects. I don't want chain link fencing. I don't want barbed wire. I don't want ribbon wire. I want it to fit in with the neighborhood. And that applies not just to this substation, but to every substation we build. And we're adamant about that. And our budgets assume that we would be doing that.
Any other questions from Commissioner McBoy?
I guess the only question, it's similar to the mayor's question of the value of the land. It seems, I'm not a land person particularly, but I would have thought that land along 6th Avenue would have different value just by its location than stuff a block away from it.
That's quite true, but our property is not along 6th Avenue. We're one lot in. So we're at 610. I don't know what the address of the ad. We don't front on 6th Avenue at all. We're one block in.
Right.
Or not one block in, but one lot. It's actually two
Right.
parcels.
South
Setback.
of the parking lot for Dunkin' Donuts.
Correct.
Right. Madam Clerk, do you have any letters, any public
I
comments?
have no public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have one public comment from Peggy Fisher, but I see Commissioner Stokes' lights on.
I also wanted to point out
No?
that planning and zoning had already.
Oh, wrong one, sorry.
I also wanted to point out that planning and zoning had also approved this and had to come before you. So the future land use map was approved. So was the zoning change, and so was every vote that we've had in front of this board has been unanimous.
We've been working towards this for
Yes.
quite a while, right? Okay, Commissioner Stokes?
So I'm just assuming we didn't get copies of the appraisals or any documentation when we had our discussions. I'm assuming that's all going to be part of the backup.
That's correct. It's going to be in the backup. We do have them, and they'll be in the backup for whichever meeting we ultimately bring it forward at. If you want to see them right away, we'll certainly send them to the public. We'll get them to you right away.
Okay. Did you say one of them was done in 2016?
No.
Oh,
They were both,
date that I heard.
no, they were both done in 2022. One was
Okay.
done, so the
April and November.
610 South H, which is the property we're on today.
Oh, 16A, that's what I.
That document was performed for us in February of 2022.
Okay.
And then 706 and 710 South H, which is the two properties that belong to Dixie Capital, we had those appraised in April of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be more than glad that I'll provide them to Carmen and or send them to you all directly. You can have.
Carmen's light is on.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the commission is fully aware of the next steps. So Glenn, if you don't mind, the purpose of this was to give you an update of what's coming for. And so, as we mentioned, it'll be coming back to you probably around February 7th. But to make that happen, a public notice is required. So I just want to make sure you knew that step and process at this time. So you'll know what's
An advertisement.
coming before you at that time.
There's just another step in this long process that's taken a lot of people, a lot of energy, but we're getting there.
Do I have a motion?
We don't.
Oh,
Either, yeah, just as long as there's a consensus that we can place the ad, we're fine.
Do I have a consensus that they can place the ad and go forward? Yeah,
And prosper.
yes,
And
okay.
prosper.
Anybody say no? Hearing none, I say go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is the Northwest Ball Field. Here we are. She said, "Want to go home." This is the facility field light replacements.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor. For the record, Lauren Bennett, Director of the Leisure Services Department. So this would allow us to purchase Musco Sports Lighting for our athletic field, which is 4 fields. It does have LED lights that are spill light minimized. They are off-site light, glare light minimized, and they do come at a 40% cost savings. So on the back end, we would save money with these LED lighting. And per Commissioner McBoy, I did some homework on the Jupiter project. Thank you to a lovely resident who also helped us. The bid project for Jupiter is actually an $8 million surtax fund. And the park project alone is over $3 million. The $206,000 is actually just for Kimley Horn to do the designs for the project. So their lights are not 200,000.
I figured it, and I think Commissioner Stokes. The article was.
Not very clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it multiple times. I was like, there's no way they're getting lights for that price.
Motion to approve.
Wait, we have, oh, what? Go ahead. Okay, Ms. Fisher says we can go ahead. So let's go ahead. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, thank you very much.
Thank
Go
you.
home.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you very much.
I mean, you know.
I'm telling you to go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Doesn't she want to listen to the mobile vending policy? No,
Maybe not.
you don't?
Maybe not. Okay, next up is the
Paving lady.
paving lady, the contract with the paving lady.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
There you go. Thank you. You're right there. Thank you.
So this is a task order with Paving Lady. We're going to be doing Wesley and Princeton from Dixie Highway to Federal. That's mill and surface, replacement of concrete and curbing, the 12 different ADA ramps as well as speed humps, the whole deal.
Underneath water, sewer, anything? Or-
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
We do have an issue on the east end of Princeton, which we taken care of by then. it's kind of a sinking right now. So we need some utility work there before we get going, but.
Great. Commissioner Lega?
The only thing I had seen, Mr. Brown was they still have their contract at the city of Lake Worth. I sent an email last week asking them to add beach to their contract. Thank
Oh.
you.
All right.
Want to pave the beach?
Do I have a motion?
I'll do it. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All right, all in favor?
I drive this road every day. We drove this road.
We did drive this road and
It's bad.
I didn't mention, but everything is still based on PCI. So these were coming up next in our series of additional roads that need to be done. So
Just a curiosity, do you happen to know of D Street? I think I emailed you between 10th and 13th.
not off the top of my head.
There's quite
I
a
will
few
make a
roads
note.
out there that need work, but we're working on it. So next up, this is a discussion about food vending trucks and a policy for the city. And Mr. Waters, are you going to lead us or are we just going to free
Oh,
fall?
boy. Oh,
I'm going to try to lead you a little bit.
Thank you.
And then we can go off into whatever tangents we decide to hit.
I was curious on why, when Mr. Brown sent out his discussion points on the food trucks on the January 17th, that it wasn't part of this, that it didn't go into this backup.
Today,
I wasn't aware that Jamie did
He
anything.
was working on this and he sent this out.
At 5:30.
yeah, are we
Yeah.
ready?
right.
Yeah,
I was just when it was kind
That
of.
was
like-
not me.
No, William Brown, I'm sorry, my bad, not Jamie Brown. The internal auditor, Mr. Brown, sent this out and I was just like, why wouldn't this have come to us as part of the backup? So I guess it's more of a.
Right. I think this was part of an independent project that our internal auditor was doing. When he saw this coming up on his agenda item, he decided to try to be proactive and get us information that he wasn't going to be really.
Right, it just, I thought it was bad. It was, I wish we would have had this prior.
I know, I was like, I haven't had a chance to read this yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me-
I haven't even seen it, so I don't know what it's talking about.
Right.
Break.
When we asked our internal auditor to look at different potential sources of revenue within the city and different departments, one that he had identified was setting up some sort of payment for allowing
Right.
mobile vending food trucks. And so that was part of his investigation that he hasn't, I don't think he's completed it yet. So I think he just alerted us today when he realized that this was going to be a part of the discussion, that he did identify this as a potential source of revenue for the city.
Okay.
So we'll definitely, we can forward it to, were you on that email, Ms. Davis? I know you were, because I looked. Yeah, I have it open now. I can forward it to William and Carmen.
Well, anyway,
Anyway,
Yeah, let's work.
the policy discussion that's before you, and it was attached to the staff report, is an outline of how we would be able to allow, or what is proposed to allow, mobile food vending on the city's public rights of way. I'm just going to remind everyone that is not in land development regulations. It's really in public services and uses of right of way. There is already a right of way use permit that we do have, and it's included in the annual schedule of fees and charges. If you want to use a right of way for a special event, or let's say it's a small sales stand, the valet falls under it. So there's already a procedure in place for if we choose to have mobile food vending on the public rights of way to actually charge for it. There would be, as proposed here, a square footage that would be allotted for mobile food vending, not to exceed 22 feet. That could be 25 feet. How it's set up now, the right of way is based on a dollar amount per square foot of the right of way being used. What's proposed here is that there, in the outline, there are a number of districts that are mixed use that would kind of be appropriate, I feel, for mobile food vending right now. And what's up here, and I hope it's sharing, I think it is. These areas here that are in
It
darker.
is not, Mr. Waters.
Okay, I'm gonna probably have to call Alfonso in here to help me figure out how to share this thing. Let's see.
It would be helpful if we could share it, because I think some.
There should be a share, there's no share screen button on the bottom there.
Well, I'm using the city's website as for the planning and zoning map. Because it's easier to manipulate and go in and out. So
Alfonso is on the way.
Here he comes.
okay. While he's doing that, right now, mobile food vending is allowed in two ways in one zoning district. It's artisanal zoning, which is along the FEC tracks close to downtown. It's also allowed in an FEC overlay, which are properties that are fairly similarly situated as the property that was part of the last item for Lake Worth Station. They can also be approved as an accessory to a primary use or principal use in that same zoning district. So there's two ways to have them now in one zoning district. The same procedure we can discuss later about expanding possibly mobile food vending on private property. But what we're provided today is an outline of what we could probably implement much quicker is allowing them on the public rights of way. And there are a list of zoning districts. Oh, they're sharing now. Like we're zeroed in here, that area that's in this darker gray is what is now the artisanal zoning district. Most of the pink areas are mixed use districts, including mixed use Dixie Highway, mixed use East, mixed use West, which is around 10th Avenue and Lake Worth Road. The downtown is a mixed use district. The TOD districts, both East and West, are mixed use. And there's also two mixed use districts that affect Federal Highway. We're not suggesting that the mobile food vending being used on the Federal Highway mixed use, which is, I'm not even sure if you can see this little arrow, but this darker color here, terracotta, because those properties back right up against single family residential. This area here is the mixed use East Federal Highway, which may be appropriate to have them there. As you all know, this large pink area is downtown. All of this in this color is mixed use Dixie Highway. This is mixed use East. And this is mixed use West out here. And so keep in mind that we only control really the city's public rights of way. So for the public, Dixie Highway itself is not a city street. Neither is Lake Worth Road or 10th Avenue North or 6th Avenue South until it gets east of Dixie, which is not in the mixed use district. Lake and Lucerne are not. They're governed by FDOT. So what is proposed is like we would possibly see mobile food vending allowed on the lettered streets downtown and the lettered streets in and around those districts that you choose for it to happen. I've proposed a list here of the downtown area, the mixed use East, not including mixed use East Federal Highway, the mixed use Dixie Highway. We do have a distinction between West side of Dixie Highway zoning and the east side. The east side, it's only one lot deep and it backs up in most cases to single family residential or single family, two family residential, whereas on the west side, the mixed use Dixie Highway extends for the most part all the way to the railroad tracks. So you may be interested in making a distinction on whether the mobile food vending would be allowed on both sides of Dixie Highway or just one side. Continue to have it in the artisanal industrial district, both in the TOD East and TOD West, which is the light gray down here, downtown. That also sort of bleeds into the artisanal industrial district. And then the mixed use West, which is some area west of 95 along Lake Worth Road and 10th, but there's not a lot of city street where you could place that. There's a little bit of Barnett, a little bit of Detroit. There's a Buffalo Street, which is part the city, but part not. And then you have Boutwell Road, but none of those really have a lot of parking allowed on them. So we've also put out here various requirements that would have to be filed with both my department, Community Sustainability, in order to apply for a mobile food vending license, and also to be reviewed by Public Services in approving it where those will be allowed to go. And that includes licenses from the Division of Hotels and Restaurants, Department of Health, a Palm Beach County business license, a right-of-way use permit, a vendor's license under business license, and suggesting a decal that would be placed on the mobile food vending vehicle, whether it's a trailer or a truck, that shows it does have the ability to be in the right of way for that year, which it was issued. There are proposed hours of operation, where they can park, and then also no speakers, music, or other potentially noise or nuisance-based activities allowed in association with the operation. So that's there for your discussion. If you have consensus or you can actually have a vote, we can move forward with creating a policy. And then once we finish this discussion, we can talk about possibly amending our permitted use table to allow the mobile food vending on private properties and those mixed use districts for which you feel that mobile food vending is appropriate. That's a longer process. It would be going before both advisory boards and then 2 hearings before you. We probably could have it in place if you give us clear direction within 4 to 6 months.
But right now, we're talking just about the public.
Just the rights of way.
So from what you're saying, it sounds like, well, I had a question. So there's a 4-hour parking limit in a lot of the city, but that's not all over the city, I don't think.
I think it's just downtown and then some areas close to
Okay,
it.
that was one of my questions. It sounds like there's actually in real life, there's not that many places that it can be done because you can't do it in Lake, you can't do it on Dixie, but so people will have to be creative.
Right.
About where, okay. And my other question is about, food truck groupings, we have like a food truck night or something at the Cultural Plaza. Would there be an exception for that sort of thing or how?
That would fall under the special events because we already allow on specially city supported events to have like a food truck rally. We allow them in the parks. This is strictly like, okay, I would like to have a food truck every Thursday on the corner of H and 8th Avenue North.
And they'd have to get permission ahead of time to do it.
Yes. And this will allow them to do that for a whole year.
Okay, Vice Mayor McCoy, I think your light was on first.
Help me understand a little bit, and the public too. Thank you. This is a microphone, thanks. Help me understand a little bit about right of ways. That's the roadway and the sidewalk and whatever land goes behind the sidewalk the city owns, or
Okay. The rights of way technically include all that. We don't allow parking on sidewalks. We don't allow parking on unimproved areas. We only allow parking in the street between curb and curb. Or the edge of the pavement to edge of pavement, because some places don't have a curb.
Okay, so it would be in the roadway somewhere between.
Where parking is already allowed. We're not going to create new places to park the mobile food vending vehicles, unless you would like to do that, but I would not recommend doing that.
Right. And a bunch of areas are excluded. That's why I was looking for a map of where would this be allowed by the time you.
Well, all that area in pink that I was driving around with a little cursor is what's proposed. The terracotta over here on Federal would not be. Keep in mind that 2/3 of the city, plus a little bit more, is all residential, single family, 2-family, or multifamily. It's not proposed to be in any of those residential districts. And I've not included the industrial park of commerce because there's no parking on the street out there. So unless we had some extra right of way that is sort of just sitting there in the park of commerce, there's no parking on the street.
And so could you point to, suppose somebody wanted to do it somewhere on Dixie Highway?
It would have to be on a side street of which our rights of way include 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to 20-something north, or the same number south. The streets going east and west. And then in the zoning district, also H runs through Dixie Highway mixed use, there's parking on H Street. I think it curves around and there's a little bit of East Coast Street possibly that falls in mixed use Dixie Highway. So it would just be the city rights of way, not Dixie. Now, we do have development projects that have put in play the ability to put parallel parking in the future on Dixie Highway. When that parking becomes available, that will be on private property for parking. That might be a location where mobile food vending could be located. The mid was designed to allow future parallel parking as well as Deco Green.
On Dixie Highway?
it's designed to facilitate that if FDOT agrees to it. And yes, we,
Since they're trying to take Dixie Highway anyway, yeah.
right. There's a lot of interest on having parallel parking on Dixie. So we made it, if you are open to, we'll include it on your site plan. And if it comes to be that it's allowed through this road diet or whatever, that opportunity would be there.
So my involvement in this stuff is that one sees food trucks around town in practice. And other people who have had food trucks ask for permission to do it and are told no. And I hear them that feels unfair. I think what I'm hearing is that if people have a food truck on private property now, if some business has a parking lot or someone says you can do it here, that's legal now?
Only in the artisanal industrial district as an accessory to a principal use or within an approved through a conditional use permit, a mobile food vending court. And that is in the dark gray area on this map. And it's not a lot of area because when we were kind of testing the waters when this came along, pardon the pun with my last name, but this was about 6-7 years ago. There was apprehension about having mobile food vending. So we're going to sort of daintily put our feet into it. And that's why I said the secondary part of this discussion would be, do you want to expand what zoning districts that they are allowed on private property, either through as an accessory to a principal use or within a mobile food vending court?
And you mentioned parks at one point.
This discussion has nothing to do with parks.
Do we currently allow them or do we currently not allow them?
They are allowed as special events when we have things in the parks, like Pride Fest or the Evening on the Avenue was something that happened, and something that happened in the park. They've opened it up a little bit for like the baseball tournaments and the football tournaments and that stuff, but that goes through the Leisure Services Department, and it's on public property on a temporary basis. It's not a permanent. It's just like a one-time thing. Okay, you're going to be there on Wednesday night for the girls' soccer team. This is allow those trucks or trailers to be on the rights of way every day for a whole year, potentially.
And then I've got more questions. There's a lot of questions with it. If I'm driving my food truck around town, is that currently allowed?
One town.
As long as
Not my food truck, but-
it doesn't stop and you try to sell something, yes.
Don't stop and sell food.
Well, it currently happens
Yes, I know it does.
quite a bit.
In theory, yes.
And I'll follow a little more on that. I happen to think they're cool, but is a bicycle that sells ice cream off of it a food truck?
I don't know, because again, we have a lot of things happen on the rights of way, and my world of purview is not the roads. I deal with private property and development on it. I took this on because really nobody else wanted to do it. And I know that you all wanted some kind of guidance. So we can define what we want to include as a food truck. It can be a bicycle, it can be a wagon. I've seen back of a car, it can be, but remember, a lot of the ones you're talking about don't have any of the licenses that are required from Department of Health, the state, or anything else. They're selling food out of the back of a car. And that may be appropriate in some instances, and maybe it's not. I'm not here to pass a value judgment because it's happened since I've been in Lake Worth Beach that we've had people who are industrious and entrepreneurs and start a business in a car and eventually it becomes a restaurant.
Yeah, and it's cool. The big complaints that I hear is of the things moving around and stopping to sell is the noise. Don't play the Christmas carols all year round endlessly over and over. It drives some people nuts. There are people who work from home and the thing comes around all the time. That seems like a concern. You did address noise with the thing, which is helpful. And then the other big concern I've heard is that some people have asked to do and have been told no, and then they look around, they see things happening. Now, they may not have distinguished, well, that was on private property, and so it is sort of okay.
People speed on 95 every day, but the speed limit's 65.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand more clearly what we're trying to do. And
Okay.
I appreciate it that you're opening the door here.
I'm trying.
Commissioner Malega. was next, I think.
Ironic that we're
Decide
talking
first.
about this. So today I got a phone call from my beloved at our place of business and the owner of Levo's came in there screaming. Wanted to know why the city commission and I voted to approve food trucks. And he's already going around town with a petition and having businesses sign it on the anti-food truck thing. So I called him and said, please don't go to my place of business if you have to yell at me about city business, first of all. Second of all, we have not voted on anything. We are only talking about this. And then he got onto the evenings on the avenue and you're gonna do this every single month. And I'm like, no, but so there's already rhetoric happening, right? I mean, there are already petitions and the restaurants were up in arms. So no matter what we do, we're gonna make somebody.
Any way we do it, it's gonna be.
So I remember that when we first started talking about this, we talked about possibly taking, and this is not right away, but taking an empty lot and having 5 or 6 or 8 food trucks parked there and doing a calendar and keeping them in one lot that the city owns. I would be up for that versus having food trucks parked all over the city on the right of way, because we're already dealing with the parking issue in my world. The people who do just keep driving around, we have one ice cream truck that says hello until 10 o'clock at night in my neighborhood. It's great. Hello. And then I'm like selling ice cream at 10 at night.
Yeah.
So I love the noise piece to this. I don't think PBSO was gonna try chasing down an ice cream truck at 10 at night though. So I think that this is an important beginning of the conversation and I'm thankful for it. I just know that no matter what we do as a commission on this subject, we're gonna make somebody unhappy.
Sure.
But I would be more moved to say, let's not look at the right of ways. Let's try to see if we can find a piece of land where we could put 8 food trucks on a calendar, some picnic tables and keep it condensed to one area. So we can, it's more controlled that way as well. That's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Stokes.
I try to look into certain types of things you might do if you were gonna try to allow food trucks. And one of the things was about providing designated parking spaces. So my question is, I know like who on staff is gonna do this, but wouldn't it be better for us to pre-identify the parking spaces throughout the city that we would designate rather than just saying, or we just wanted to say, hey, business owner, you go explore all of these streets throughout this district and you tell me which parking space you want.
Through our GIS staff, we could identify where you specifically want or desire the food trucks to park. Whether they would be restricted 24/7 as food truck parking only. That's a concern that I think some people would have, losing parking forever.
Right.
But we could definitely identify specific locations on various blocks. Like this is the space the food truck we would prefer it to be. It shouldn't be too close to a stop sign. It shouldn't be this, shouldn't be that. And if it happens to have a car parked in it or a truck, you have to go find another one. But it would be difficult to manage it unless we take the time to paint somehow these spaces a different color. Like if you find the yellow spot with a little, hamburger laid in the middle of it, that's where you can park a food truck.
They get the permit to be able to park the food truck and they would choose their parking space at that time and they would know this is your parking space.
That's another way the policy could work. You've got to pick your permanent location. But again, I don't think we can restrict it to being at that location 24/7. So they might get there and someone's parked in their food truck space. Well, then where do they go? Well, they're going to come yell at you and yell at code and yell at PBSO and yell at Ms. Davis. My space is taken.
Well, my concern too, not to interrupt Commissioner Stokes, but when I said parking is when people come to food trucks, they have to park somewhere to go to the food truck. So in the artisanal district, there's no place for people to just park.
No parking garage. That's 4 stories.
Here, but if you're looking north end of town, I mean, seriously, I'm thinking like these, it's great to have them parked, but people who come from all over, because that's what food groupies do, is they follow these trucks. They need to have access to park and to get their food and enjoy their food. So I think that there's a lot more moving parts to the parking than we're thinking of.
Right. I think if we identify spaces that make sense ahead of time, that can help us not put it in an area that gets overly congested and like Mr. Waters said, too close to a stop sign or other things like that. Also, the ideas of a way to encourage diversification or some sort of rotation schedule so that the benefits of the food trucks is that you're providing something that isn't already being provided. So I wouldn't want, a taco truck necessarily. I mean, I love, Tacos a la Carbone has like a whole setup out west at that location on West Lake Worth, and it's like a party out there, and I don't think that's what we want. But if we already have a bunch of restaurants that serve similar cuisine on Dixie, then we may be allowing a truck there that serves something that's not already available helps with the diversification. So I don't know if there's ways to encourage that and the different, I know we've talked about, or at least I've heard from staff at events trying to have a rotation schedule so that it doesn't feel like only one food vendor has access to our event.
Well, I think that's when you have a special event, I think we've talked about, and maybe Ms. Bennett has instituted, she's got a list of food vendors and they kind of rotate. I think the evening on the Avenue was the same way. We had like say 20 and 10 come the first time and the next 10 come the next time. When it's an open entrepreneurial aspect, we may have some challenges with equal protection if we say, oh, we are only going to allow Korean food trucks because that's the only kind of cuisine we don't have. Just as a off the wall example, we'd be getting some really quirky.
And it's huge micromanaging.
Yeah, I don't have the stuff.
Food truck court or something.
That's what I'm saying. I think we might, because yes.
Well, we could look into what other cities have done, but I do think this might have been the easier version to tackle first, but it's maybe the least, I don't know, like practical one, because we have all those private parking lots. I don't think it's Bravo anymore, but that big parking lot on Dixie that could be used to have a couple different trucks, and then also space for people to eat and things like that. So I think,
and parking for the people that come to use.
and parking. So I like having a lot of options, but I would like to understand more the actual parking spaces that might be used. And if there are any, and all the constraints and what that.
There are a lot of constraints, and if you pile on all the constraints that come from various entities other than the city, there are very, very few places on the city's public rights of way where you could park a food truck.
And I'm going to add to that. I think there's a requirement by the fire department that food trucks have to, or anything with combustible, have to be at a minimum of 20 feet from the nearest building.
Or a material or a building that has combustible materials. So hate to throw this example out there, but the one that's on H Street, and we all know what it is, can't be there, not only because of the zoning, but it's too close to the building that it's trying to serve.
Right.
And the fire department has been out there, but the fire department enforces that. And that's what we've been trying to work through for a while, is the only approved mobile food vending court, which is at this said location, has now a tiki hut, which is flammable, which is where the food trucks were going to be. So the fire marshal asked that those food trucks couldn't park there anymore. So I think we're still trying to work out, what are you going to do? You're either going to have to get rid of them altogether, or you're going to have to make your tiki hut non-flammable or something.
And in front of that said business, there's cones in front of that business all the time for no parking. And I really don't think that that's something that there's never parking in front. There's always two cones with a ribbon between. That's how I come to City Hall every day. And I didn't think we were allowed to do that on public right away.
I would think not too. We don't reserve parking for anybody specifically.
My last question is, would any of this apply to city-owned parking lots or just street parking?
The city's parking lots, all except for once in Gulfview in front of the Gulf Stream, is actually on private, is on a parcel of land. It's not a right of way. So Ms. Malega's suggestion, I'm trying to think of what we have. It's not in a park. I mean, we have Bryant Park that has enough parking.
Lot next to Tropical Car Wash that is.
The CRA owns, right?
But it's still.
Yes, I was going to bring, but that happens to be on the less intensive side of Dixie, which backs up right against single family, which may or may not make those people very happy to have a whole food truck convention.
I don't know. Again, we're talking about some being every day and some being like a special.
And you can restrict the hours too. So here's the suggestion of I don't know, I'm looking at three different things. What is our suggestion?
His suggestion is stops at
8 AM to 10 or
9.
11?
Well,
It was-
that parking lot right now is mostly cars that are dumped.
Yes.
Coming from the
Yeah.
auto shops are on the corner, and then we have to go through and tag them and tow them, and then the parking lot's empty again for the next 3 weeks and
Yeah.
nobody uses it.
Yeah, so I would like to, my feeling about this right now is I'd love to get a better idea of what actual spaces this would allow. If it's not too hard to use GIS or whatever you said could potentially be used to.
If we incorporate the fire restrictions, there's, I would say maybe 25 locations that are not too close to a building in the entire city, in the areas that we've been mentioning. Because we have a very shallow setback anyway. We have very narrow sidewalks. So almost any building is less than 20 feet from the edge of the street.
Right, I'd love to see if it's not too much trouble, I would.
I can
like to
ask
see those
Christopher if he minds
25
something like that. It
spots.
may be a little difficult, but it may be more, okay, these are the locations that have a vacant parcel next to them where there isn't a conflict. That might be a little bit easier to map. And I can't say that all of them are going to have a parking in front of them. Some of them may not, some of them may.
Right, and then if we can look at William Brown's email and the suggestions, fold that into our conversations, our continual conversations around food trucks, but we do need to look more into the private.
The other little piece about food trucks, and I know we don't like this, but the state has preempted us from being able to revise our business tax receipt schedule. So we have dozens of uses that have evolved or become something since the 90s when it was created that all fall under our miscellaneous fee. And we can't change that fee either because that's already in the tax structure too. So we can raise the business tax receipt 5% every other year. And we've done it. We haven't done it in the past four. And we're going to be proposing it as part of FY24. But we could not create a new tax specifically for mobile food vending and legally charge it. They'd have to fall under our current business tax receipt schedule, which we have a peddler's fee, which isn't very big. The right-of-way use permit is outside the business license, or they fall under the miscellaneous fee for a business license. So just keep that in mind. It could be a revenue stream, but it wouldn't be very big.
Right.
No,
No, it's not a restaurant.
it's not a restaurant
Commissioner Diaz.
because the restaurants are based on number of tables, number of seats.
I try to keep it brief because I think we're close to the time, but and to the question of picking where they're gonna be, I would suspect from a land use perspective, it would probably be done by zones and there's this block of parallel spots that are available, you get a permit for any one of those. But looking at our zoning map and thinking about what this GIS layer would look like, I feel like a lot of this is self-limiting because I feel like the only or the top place, and I've seen food trucks pop up in random places all over. If you look at, the parallel spots on Dixie in front of Phipps Park in West Palm, there's always a food truck parked there, always. And it's pretty random. You don't think somebody would just pull over, but
They're parked in front of Goodwill too.
yeah.
They're what?
In front of Goodwill Industries in West Palm is almost
Yeah.
always a food truck on the weekend.
There's a hot
Hot
dog
dog
guy.
cart.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think a lot of it is already kind of self-limiting, but my thought would be, as you look more into this, is, we have the 8x22 limitation on where the food truck can park, which is fine. But what do other cities do for the inevitable area that's going to set up around it, right? Because they're going to park and nearly every food truck sets up a table, sets up a little thing with condiments or whatever, and that's going to spill out onto the sidewalk. If it's on G Street, they're going to set up tables in the grassy areas next to the train tracks, which we don't want. So, that would be something to look into and how we limit that.
I spent two miserable summers of my life as an ice cream truck driver in college.
Wow.
And it was a hand, it wasn't like, you had to ring the bell. So you really had to pay attention to it. So it's near and dear to my heart. It is very limited to what we can do. I think that, but this is, as Mr. Waters said, this is the first part of the conversation. The private use, I think, is going to be a little more productive because you've got parking lots up on Dixie Highway. You've got that sort of thing. Of course, they would have to get permission and all that, but
Maybe revisit special
Right,
events too.
What?
It might be good to look at our food truck policy regarding special events as well.
Well, they're allowed in special events.
Right, but is there anything we want to touch on that, improve upon what already exists? I wouldn't mind getting a copy of that to look at.
Yeah, I think that'd be.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one.
Okay, let's hear it.
Michelle Mower, 518 Worthmore Drive. I am in favor of food trucks being able to operate in Lake Worth Beach. I have a personal interest in the matter, but I also know there are several trucks operating illegally in Lake Worth Beach that are not regulated. I feel when you let food trucks operate, it will give the city a better opportunity to know which trucks are registered with the state and have a current health inspection licenses. And it will also give the city tax revenue from the trucks and revenue from the trucks having to have a business license to operate in Lake Worth Beach. I spoke in front of the commission on March 1st, 2020. This issue can be resolved. The current Lake Worth Beach Commission and the mayor are the people who can make this issue a non-issue moving forward. Please do the right thing and allow food trucks to operate in Lake Worth Beach. Thank you. That's my only comment.
Okay, we have Tom Conboy is here to make a public comment.
Tom Conboy, 30 South M Street, business owner. First off, this is a pretty challenging topic. I credit all of you who are dealing with it. There are two places, though, where I would love to see food trucks, one more permanently and one more temporarily. And I think that permanent food trucks are the ones that really concern me and get me a little, worried. But a permanent food truck or facility at the beach complex up in the area where all of the sea grapes are on top of the hill. That's one of my favorite spots at the beach. And it'd be really cool to be able to get some food that's fairly reasonably priced there. Be sit there and have a cocktail or something. So I would love to see that at the beach. The other place I think food trucks could really play nicely. If you guys have ever been to the Wellington Food Truck Fest that they have it like every month or something or other. And there's like hundreds of people, if not thousands, that come out to this thing. It's always packed. The food trucks sell lots of food. People come from all over the county to go to this thing. And that's the cool thing about this. If we could create a space where people come from all over the county to come, that's unique to us, we're bringing more people in for the businesses like that. We're a little upset and talk to you today. I think the more we can create a net benefit for those businesses, as well as our food truck people, that really is the win-win situation. We have a really neat space at Bryant Park that is fairly underutilized. At the south end of Bryant Park, we've got a street that runs through there. It's closed off. I think that would be perfect place for food trucks to come every Wednesday or one Wednesday a month and bring people from all over the county to a bunch of really cool food trucks at our waterfront and really show them our city. And then there will be a lot more people that will attend our brick and mortar restaurants on the weekends and on the daily scenarios. So that's what I leave you with. The other practical location that you might want to
Thank you. That's time.
Just real quick.
would be where we have the flea market under I-95. It might be out of the way and not disturbing the people, and it's close to tribal.
Thank you. If it would take as long as it took to get the flea market back under 95.
Yeah, that would.
To do a food truck permit. It took an hour, a year, over a year.
Oh, over a year. And we don't have jurisdiction on that space. So what we could write, which for Mr. Conway's support, is a letter saying we would encourage the flea market to, because it did have food trucks when I first came here way back 30 years ago. I don't know whether it has them now or not, but they are a sort of a no man's land when it comes to our jurisdiction, but it is a good place to put them.
Thank you. So where are we? I've lost track.
You wanted a map
Plan.
and you'd like to have a better idea of where we might move to allow them on private property. Is what
Yeah,
I'm hearing. So we will try to put something together because we already have some rules in our LDRs regarding mobile food vending in the one area that's allowed. Some of the stuff that's on here we might expand on and then bring it to you either in a workshop or we just run it through the 2 advisory boards and bring it to you as quickly as we can.
and
That would be
if we
for
could get the,
Planning and zoning, and who else?
The Historic Resource Preservation Board, both of those serve as our planning advisory groups. So any changes to the LDRs have to go through them both.
Okay.
Just to put a really quick thought out there as you look into this as well, because I know it's super limited, but food trucks can also be a helpful tool in addressing food deserts. So while you look at zones, like if that's something that we can get a note on, I think that would be really helpful.
Like a vegetable truck.
And there's some creative ones out there. Yeah.
So when I grew up, the vegetable guy drove by and we
Yeah.
stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I personally would not recommend that you limit the type of food, whether it's prepared or not. Because some of the cities have like harvest mobile food vending, and it comes in and goes to the food deserts, and they have like, like what we have in our whatever it's on Saturdays. A farmer's market, but a mobile farmer's market.
Yeah.
So your suggestion is leave it open to include that
Yeah.
potential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great. When I lived in the city in Patterson, that's every once a week he'd come around.
and we'll get an email about the policy that we have for special events regarding food trucks.
And we'll have a
Okay.
chance to look at William Brown's email also.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do you have we given you direction enough to go
I
forward?
think Ms. Davis and I have enough to at least accomplish something and bring it back.
Thanks for taking this on.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been here the longest, so I drew the short end of the straw.
Saw Mr. Brown back there. He wants it.
He does. No. I love it. I mean, and we used to, the food trucks that we had were great. Then when we had the little down at the Cultural Plaza, and the restaurants were not happy. And it was like once a month, and it was like, really? I found that
It seems like,
a limited point of view from
I,
there.
I would agree, because it seems to me
Bring more people.
going to a food truck it's a very different event than going out to a restaurant. I don't think.
Right, yeah.
But in what Mr. Conboy mentioned is that people will have a taste of Lake Worth and then say, oh, they got all this other stuff. They may not come here otherwise and see, and it's, it's a promotional thing.
Yeah.
It's like how we've sold our historic districts. They come to a bed and breakfast and like, oh, it's a really cool neighborhood. I'm going to move there.
And one thing that I have to say, with Tom, with regards to, I have, one of my parts of visions of the beachfront is to be able to go and get a hot dog, and cheap, and I am told by reasonable sources, reliable sources, that there will be the walk-up window added to the beach fairly soon. With that kind of fare.
Affordable?
Sure.
Move to extend the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Hi.
No. All right, fine. I've been pushing for that, hopefully, there. Hamburgers and dogs.
Affordable.
Look,
Well, you can have a $20 gourmet hamburger.
The other thing too about
It's a,
people
you can
who
also
eat
get
is
$20 grilled cheese if you go to Northwood, or at least you could.
the other thing too is the people that have a store at the beach are paying huge amounts of rent and would be very annoyed if it.
And some of them have non-compete clauses in their leases that say that only they can sell a certain type of item.
Okay. So next, better buy a truck. But that's been something I've been having conversations for a long time with Lee up here about that. Okay, now, WGI Task Force Board, Task Order number 34. We voted, if we can make it quick, it'd be great. Preparation of a mobility plan for the city of Lake Worth Beach. Come on up.
This is a monumental step forward for the city. The ladies from WGI are here. Lisa gave you a presentation several months ago she's actually given several presentations in the past and used us as a sort of a laboratory when it comes to mobility. And so they put together a 2-year process for a mobility program. They can describe it more if you have questions, but the first year is going to be the planning initiative with charrettes, entertaining information from the stakeholders, interviewing all of you, the establishment of some type of advisory group, team or something to get feedback. And then the culmination of this would be identifying what mobility options are available to Lake Worth Beach, explaining what all are out there, because not everything's appropriate for Lake Worth Beach, and then begin to identify the types of projects that we could put in place, which will be the second year, with a schedule and an estimate of probable costs for those projects, which could be funded through sustainable bonus. They could be implemented by various developers as part of their project, or we could possibly use transfer development right monies, or possibly ARPA. And so this is requesting you to approve the 2-year program, but we will have to include in next year's budget the appropriation for the second year. And I'm proposing that come out of the sustainable bonus monies. We will have a fairly healthy account there. So do you have any questions of the ladies or I on our mobility plan?
I'm on the legislative committee for land use and economic development, and we have taken mobility as our first, to try to deal with the legislature up there. I'm not against this. I just wonder if is it just more aspirational than practical. I mean, here we are. We don't have money for this. We don't have money for that. We're built out. Here's Dixie Highway. So I'm not against it, but I'm just very curious to see what a product would be that we could actually implement. I mean, it's very nice to know what could be, but what can we actually do to cover that out? So that's just my thought. And then there, we understand too with mobility. I'm learning much more about mobility plans the past few months. We're talking about the county, the state, that funds from them as well. So
our goal would be to have a list of projects that are financially feasible and appropriate to implement in Lake Worth Beach. You all would help us prioritize when those will be implemented, and we would, we then have a plan that we can apply for grants. We can use the money that I mentioned, that we will have some revenue stream there. And part of the study also includes is that Lisa has identified some funding sources that we could maybe tackle if we have a plan in place. And so I don't think we're going to have to do some kind of mobility planning because the means of getting around are exponentially getting greater. And we do need to figure out how to manage them. And we were just talking about motorized bicycles, electric bicycles kind of being proliferating, and electric scooters. Those are two forms of mobility that our city really isn't totally ready to handle. In some places it is, and in some places it's not. Anyway.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Boy, you were first, then Commissioner Malega.
Some of it just got answered that in my understanding, and maybe some clarification from the folks from the WTI, is that part of the reason you do this is to open the door to local, state, and federal funding. And I believe that Palm Beach Gardens has done some things.
They've been on the losing end of a lawsuit.
We're going to do a far better job with this than Palm Beach Gardens.
A lot of what is happening now in the world of grants.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Lisa Nissenson, and I'm Vice President for New Mobility and Connected Communities for WGI. Going back to the wild world of funding for the wild world of mobility and what's starting to happen on the streets, a lot of the funding comes with new selection criteria. And some of that is related to climate and greenhouse gas reduction. A lot of it comes to addressing mismatches in investment for disadvantaged communities and low-income communities. Safety is another one. So if you can, through the study, if we can start to document, I'll invoke GIS again, if we can pull together GIS layers to show where there are areas of town that have all those stressors, those types of projects rise to the top.
I can tell you right now.
Right.
I'll take right now with the, The big accidents are.
Exactly. And so it's those type of things together with some of the pending pressures. So where are the pressures on parking? Where are the pressures? Where e-bikes, which are now becoming a part of the workforce transportation system. You know, we've got new partnerships with Tri-Rail and Freebie and with Uber. There's just all these ways of getting around. So how do we let the public know what new mobility means so that they aren't stuck if their car breaks down and they're like, I don't know what to do, or if they want to know where to bike but don't know where to bike, those sorts of things. And so this whole new world of mobility is starting to come to play, and education and understanding what it is a really big component of that. Like you said, it's like it's all of a sudden it's this top thing, and we're trying to figure out what it is. But at the end of the day, we used to call it transportation, but now we're starting to recognize that land use, transportation, parking, street design all influence how people access everything they need to every day. And whether that experience is good or bad or expensive or affordable, that's what we're trying to put together.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Boyd and then Commissioner Milligan.
It seems like a big piece of it also is, you know, we say frequently we're a very walkable city, we're a bikeable city, that we like those sort of things. If you talk to lots of people, they will say, that's wonderful. I don't feel the least bit safe biking anywhere in Lake Worth. And we want to encourage those things. It seems to me that part of the purview of the thing is, well, what are things that we can do to make safer routes that you could actually get from point A to downtown or point B to wherever in a relatively safe way.
Right. And I like the fact that you brought up a practical way as well. And so what are some of the street design tweaks? You don't have to go in and make a whole new lane reallocation or anything like that. Some of it is very small infrastructure changes these days that can make that happen. I'm on a bike team that comes down through Lake Worth every single Saturday and Sunday. Just it's great that I have that opportunity. So
I just don't know us. I don't want us to forget the older, less mobile folks. Everybody, let's bike every place. Yeah, I ain't biking any place.
Well, that's one of the, I think, the really selling points of mobility plan is that we are doing layered mobility. We're trying to have it be inclusive and provide a more than one means to get around for anybody, everybody. And as we already know, we've fortunately getting some improvements from FDOT so that somebody in a wheelchair can actually go down Lake and Lucerne and not have to, you know, struggle with a masthead or a pole in the way. And I mean, mobility includes everyone. And I think Lisa brought up a really good point is that people, you know, everybody may not be able to afford to have their car run all the time. And they would be nice to have some other options. They can go to the city website and say, oh, this is something else that's available to me. Maybe they don't want to use the car. And we do have, I know lots of people who don't want to have a car anymore, and they're relying more and more on call, on demand, Uber, Lyft. And so incorporating how those might function better. And her plan cannot, or our plan can also incorporate proposed change to the LDRs that we would want new development to incorporate multimodal, more defined multimodal in their projects as a requirement and not just as a, you know, a nice to do.
What would an example of that be?
It may have an extra drop-off area, which we've had on a couple of projects for Uber, that the car can get off the street and be on the property waiting for that person. That could be an on-demand like lounge. You go in and you push a little button and you can see where the cars are. There's storage for the available bikes or scooters or other mechanisms. I can't think of.
The only reason I ask because, you know, with developments, they talks about cost. And so we're not saying if you want to build a development, you've got to provide a trolley that's going to go around the street. Okay. Right. What?
Commissioner Rawlinson right there.
I was chatting. I'm back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern is spending $300,000 of the city's money when we don't control 10th, 6th, Dixie, Lake and Lucerne. That's 90% of our mobility. So $300,000 for me for this mobility study is really high. When we kicked around the idea of maybe 100 to 150, that's a lot of money out of our budget.
Right.
Now, I have to see where's my return on my investment.
Right.
Is this going to help me get shovel ready projects? Because that's, Mr. Brown always says, if it's not shovel ready, we can't go after those grants.
Right.
And third, you know, part of this mobility plan is a garage that we don't have the funding or the space for right now. So while
We
I
have
love,
space. but-
well, we're gonna have a conversation, but I just, we did not kick around a $300,000 when the last conversation I was part of. That's a
Okay.
big chunk of money.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm looking at is we don't even have control of half of the roads in our city that will bring all this mobility plan together. And we've already seen what FDOT does to us when they give us our
Right.
opinion. They're like, yeah, well, we're gonna do it anyway. So I'm a little frustrated. And I'm
Right.
frustrated because I know it's something we need to do, but at this dollar price point, I'm gun shy to say that's a big investment for this, for 7 square miles when 6 of the streets that we need, we can't even include in this mobility plan. So
It's a good point.
I'm a little,
Actually,
I'm a little
we,
taken back.
we are going to include those because the TPA can work with us to influence FDOT as well as the county when we have established a policy of where we want our roads to go. Right now, we are sort of beholden to them because we haven't made any policy decisions on what we want the road to be. And part of its ability, for instance, the road died on Dixie Highway. We've never adopted anything of where we want that to go. And if we
Talk about federal highway, Mr. Waters, we tried to get input on crosswalks for the children to get to school and we pretty much were shut down.
Yeah.
And this is just one little tiny project that we tried.
was
to
it a
put
factor of the time frame or?
No, they
We were
didn't
supposed to be
care.
at the front of the conversation.
They already had their
because-
plan. When they came, excuse me, when they came to us with that 10th Avenue brand new
Yes.
way of doing a thing, because some guy went to engineering school and thought of it.
I was
we
here for
talked
that.
We talked about the safety of the kids.
And that project started probably 3.5 years before that.
Okay, well,
Right, but I'm saying, but our concerns about the children were not really addressed.
Hang on, I'm still.
No, they weren't.
So I want you guys to understand my frustration is that we have been through the federal highway conversation with FDOT. We've been through the 10th Avenue. You know, we're dealing with 6th Avenue right now, which we literally went to Charette's and gave them input for our neighborhood. Lake and Lucerne is getting ready to be redone. And I've worked hand in hand with FDOT. So with all due respect on the TPA, whatever happens in the TPA is not what is coming from FDOT to us.
Okay.
So me being responsible for the dollars in this city, I just want to make sure, I guess I need some kind of, okay, this project could come out of it, which would give you your return on your investment. I just want to see where are we going to get this money back down the road? Even if it's 6 years from now or 7 years from now, when you can say, okay, we might have 5 projects that are shovel ready that could bring in X amount of millions of dollars to help with the plan to bring it all together. I just don't want to do another plan to sit on a shelf.
Right.
When we haven't even gone through our visioning session and really put everything together on what we want to see in the city.
Well, and certainly with a lot of the new grants that we're talking about, the same factors that we were talking about, that you have to take more attention to safety, that you have to pay more attention to climate, to inequities, state of good repair. Those same set of rules came down to FDOT. For the first time ever in stronger ways. And so part of the new mobility plan these days can't occur unless FDOT is one of the people that you build this mobility plan.
And they've made
you
it clear
reach
to
out.
us that they don't care what we say.
I think that's a little bit
Right,
unfair characterization.
Commissioner Diaz has his hand up, has his light on.
Thank you. I think, and I don't want to necessarily put Jamie on the spot because he has a lot of TPA experience, but I think the difference is, we need a mobility plan because it shows funders, whether it's TPA, the state, whoever, that we have a plan, we put thought into this. This is a counterpart to our Vision Zero work as well. And it's different from when we go one-off project per project and say, oh, we don't want that we can sit down and say, we put a lot of money on the line. I agree on the price. It is a lot of money. I think the return is that it shows, we have a really concise plan. We put a lot of thought into it. We know that what we want. And as we go to Tallahassee and the TPA and ask for money, then on top of that, I would suspect that a lot of DOT grants and whatnot probably require us to have a mobility plan anyways, just to apply for the grant.
And though the county, on the face of it, has sort of won the impact fee legal battle,
I still feel there's something in the Florida statute that says there has to be a rational nexus between where the money is collected and where it's spent, which I don't believe was the basis for the Palm Beach Gardens lawsuit. What this would set up in place is that, if there's more legal jurisprudence on the rational nexus, we'd have a way to possibly get back to the city the impact fee money, even if the county were collecting it. Because at this point, in the time I've been here, the county has probably collected several millions of dollars in impact fees. And we have a little project where they put some asphalt down on one street, and they're soon going to do 10th and Boutwell Road. And there's a little bit of money being spent on Lake Worth Road, I think, for improving pedestrian access by the school, but that's it. And I've been here 12 years and Jamie's been here almost that long as well. And we've literally had almost over 1,000 residential units created, and none of the impact money has been spent in the city.
Which kind of strengthens my point, is that we don't get anything back.
No, but the point is, I think that William is trying to make is that we have gotten, as this city, the short end of the deal on impact fees from the county. And that's been the case for a long time. And the question is, all right, what opportunities are there to make it likelier that we do better on getting some impact fee? And one of the pieces is if you can show, hey, we have a plan. It's similar to what Commissioner Diaz stated. If you can show that you have a plan that has some policy goals, we want to make it safer. We recognize we have a problem with safety, or we want to make low-income community to do better, whatever they are. All of that gives us more opportunities, both at the county level and state and federal.
Where the next step is that our goal in talking with Lisa and her team is that we have the plan that has the goals and objectives, but we're going to actually identify concrete projects with a prioritization from you, which ones we want to tick off, and an estimate of how much it's going to cost, versus our goal is to improve mobility in the city. Well, that's lovely to say, but what are you going to do? We have this plan that we like to see implemented for 6th Avenue South or Lake and Lucerne. And that's the second year of this, is to really get in the down and dirty and have those projects identified and an estimate of probable cost and what kind of scheduling you might want to see and prioritization.
And possible funding, sorry.
Is the total 297,000, or is that in addition to the 150 for the first year?
That's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing.
Both years.
I mean, it seems like the wave of the future that people have to do this. I share Commissioner Malega's hesitancy, because it is a lot of money. But if it's something that I'm hearing from you, something that we would need to do.
It's going to open up the door for a lot of things, and we'll be at the forefront. We'll be at the bargaining table with other cities. We will have identified what we really want in terms of mobility, and we can't really say that right.
I'm a skeptic on this one, but I'm not going to fight it.
I think Ms.
So-
Brown might have a comment.
Mr. Brown, would you like to?
So how much did we decide for?
150.
So
That's the number we said.
the mobility.
And I at the meeting, so that will be covered the first year. And here identified the second year would come from our sustainable bonus fund that we have not spent any of that money yet.
Are you reserves? Can you use this for that?
What reserves?
I mean,
The sustainable bonus is a trust fund, and it is spelled out in our code what the money can be spent on, and planning and infrastructure is one of those things.
So the project we approved tonight would cover that.
Yes.
They're going to give us 200 and something.
And you have another
$1,000,
project
and that
coming right
would
behind
cover
it that's
that.
going to pay more than that one. And we have several other projects that have written money. We have almost, I think, $400 and some thousand in the TDR fund. No.
And I do think that
Impact on
unfortunately, we
staff,
haven't gotten the
we got that
impact
covered.
fees from the county, but as we see more development, as we see more people come to our city and put a strain on our current transportation options, I think it makes very good sense to take some of the money from that those developments are bringing into the city and invest it in ways to improve everybody's life here
If that's
by.
a source of funds, it doesn't come out of our general fund.
Right, yes.
I have a better.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense for that to be the source of funds.
ARPA.
It did?
It's ARPA in the finances.
Well, I think
The revenue
they-
source, it's a community and sustainability planning and preservation.
Right, well, there, that account that's listed there is where the ARPA money is. That's what I was given by finance department. I can recheck it again. That was the number where we were given.
Well, because we looked at the ball fields in
Uh-huh.
that financial, it said ARPA,
Mhm.
because we allocated that from ARPA. So on here, it said that it was coming from your department only, which was making me even more skeptical.
Okay,
because
well,
I-
it's going to be an account that we will be able to bill to, that is utilizing, as far as I understand, ARPA money that was reserved for this plan. And they put the planning that it's got a project number.
Be worth every penny, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Well, the ladies who can pull it off are right here.
Because we don't have a mobility and we're not shovel ready.
Yeah, I'm.
We have 3 county commissioners, do we not?
Yes,
So even if we go, I thought we had
a little bit of Lake Worth Beaches, I think, in a third one.
a little bit. So I think we should, once we have this plan, legal stuff aside, we should really try to work on getting at least $300,000 worth of impact fees invested in the city.
This is help us be shovel ready.
So two things. Commissioner Diaz pretty much hit it on the head. You know, we've done our complete streets resolution as well as the Vision Zero without having an actual plan, though. We're kind of limited to what we can do at either the county or DOT at the state level. Also, this goes back a few years, but I need to get the updated numbers, but impact fees by municipality, and you pull up Lake Worth, and this was 2003 to 2016. They basically collected $3.7 million from us and only spent $500,000 with the city limits.
So
But
don't throw that at us.
good job. 455,000 of that they were crediting to 10th Avenue and Congress, which is outside of the city limits.
Thank you.
So
No money back.
what actually fell within the city was only
5,000.
10th Avenue North and Boutwell intersection, which was $43,000.
3.5. So they did that much and gave us back 45,000.
Which is where what William was talking about kind of comes into play.
So if you're armed with this mobility plan, you're gonna be able to go in there and whack them over the head with this and be like, we've put our money out. Now you need to step up and help.
But keep in mind, dude, this was years ago, so we had a lot more impact fees, so I'm sure it's not.
I'd be interested to hear
That-
what our returns on the impact.
I think it's worse. Then there is
It's a lot worse.
there's a fairly significant project being planned for Boutwell and 10th to do that intersection, but it was supposed to be timed to feed into our improvements to Boutwell. Well, we finished Boutwell, I think, before COVID hit.
Yeah.
I don't know what's holding up the intersection of 10th and Boutwell. Hopefully it's soon. We'll get
And
that
plus that
fixed.
new apartment house is going up there, so that's gonna be, 10th Avenue is gonna be.
There'll be 2.
We have
We
public
have
comment.
public comment, but
We have,
very happy
Madam
to make
Clerk,
a motion to approve.
I think I've lost control. Madam Clerk, have, do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
I do, Tom Conboy.
He's gonna hate it. I'm just-
No, I don't think so.
Tom Conboy, 30 South M Street, business owner. Madam Mayor, honorable commissioners. I thoroughly support this.
See, you were.
100%.
I think.
And I actually have worked on local area projects, which I don't know exactly whether that would fit in here or not anymore because I was doing this 10 years ago. But I got to work on 3 to 4 lap projects going through Palm Beach County natural areas in some of the most pristine, beautiful areas of our county. And before, we had very little public access to a lot of these areas. And we connected a lot of communities. And they're able to bike through these areas, horse through these areas, walk through these areas. And they are amazing trails. And if you haven't gone on them, I encourage you to go on them. One of the first things when I started looking at the city that I noticed was we could be applying for these lap projects. They're fully funded by DOT. We just need to have staff manage them, which that's your department. But we can bring millions of dollars of infrastructure into the city by having this plan in place. And, you know, I've always been an advocate for bike lanes. As the electric bikes come on board and other modes of transportation that are electric based, that's going to ramp up the multiple people using these things because you no longer have to be super fit to handle this. Also, I've been carrying my brother around in a wheelchair lately. And I have noticed, like you were saying, Mayor, but this actually adds a lot of benefit. Now, there's a couple of areas that I really want to make sure we include to connect. One is 13th to Lake Osborne. You've got a huge, all along Lake Osborne could be really, really nice. It's really just got a basic sidewalk there with
Not like.
really crappy parking. Well, yeah, but you tie these things together. That's how the plans work, right? So.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know who seconded. Does our clerk?
Commissioner McBoy. Do I have another motion?
On the signatory, motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Do I have another?
I'm
mo-
sorry, that was too quick for me. Who made the motion for the resolution?
It's resolution 1, 2023.
Yes, I know that. Who made the motion in the second, please?
Commissioner Malega made the,
McBoy and Malega in that order, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so the vice mayor made the motion and Commissioner Maliga seconded it.
I thought it was opposite.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have another motion?
Nope, we have do we have a city's attorney report?
We don't care what this. is.
Oh,
I thought the next motion was to adjourn. There we go.
I just remember the 300,000 we just spent on this mobility plan. So when we talk about property that the city owns, like cemeteries that need funds and need improvements, just remember this $300,000 that we just threw out.
we also just spent 650 on ball fields. We sprinkled around the best.
And the funds came from community sustainability in that general fund.
Mr. Attorney, would you like to say something?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You're a smart man. Yeah, I like that.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Upcoming meetings.
Upcoming meetings. So let's talk.
You
about
almost did it.
Right.
Do it?
No.
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. So our upcoming meetings and workshops, January 25th, our pre-agenda work session at 9 a.m. January 26th, the mayor's state of the city at 6 p.m. at our casino ball.
6:30.
Did I say 6?
Yep.
6:30, please forgive me.
We do.
6:30 p.m. on January the 26th at our casino ballroom. January 31st, our utility meeting at 6 p.m.
After the grand opening of Conwell.
That's right.
All right.
And then not listed, but I do want to mention it, February 4th is our community meeting for redistricting at Compass
At 11.
from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Yes, and January 24th is a special meeting with our L&M project downtown parcel discussion.
Okay.
I think, and that's at 5. Every day next week. The January 24th meeting is at 5 p.m. Not 6 p.m., 5 p.m. here in the chamber.
Yep. Yep. Right.
Now.
Are we adjourned?
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
The clerk asked us not to throw away our backup.
Have a great weekend. Have a great evening.